Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order with a land acknowledgement, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And as we're talking today about both stewardship of our River Valley and as well as the legacy of future transportation in our city, I had a time this morning to bike along the North Saskatchewan River and just reflect on how this traveling route has been so well padded and well traveled for thousands of years, and just thinking about the rich legacy of all those who went before, and our duty now as leaders to steward that into the future. So I'll begin with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi is
Good
here.
morning.
Councillor Cartmel is.
Good morning.
And are there other members of council? I see Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
And are there any other councillors joining online?
Good morning.
Councillor Tang, excellent. Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, and Councillor Paquette, thank you. I will take an adoption of the agenda with the following additions. Item 7.1, infrastructure enhancement for city transit facilities, ETS Fairgates pilot, published September 9th, and 7.5, River Valley planning modernization update on phases 3 and 4, published September 5th. As well, there's a replacement attachment for item 7.5, River Valley planning modernization update on phases 3 and 4, which is attachment 7. And finally, there's two deletions. Item 7.2, Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board, perceptions of LRT safety, and 7.3, administration response to Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, perception of LRT safety. Would somebody like to move that recommendation?
So moved.
Councillor Wright? Okay, we'll call the vote on adoption of the agenda.
Point of order.
Yep.
I do have a question.
Sure.
So your script does not allow me to add my name there. So just one quick question, and what's the reason for the deletion for the 7.2 and the 7.3?
Look to the clerk.
So 7.2, the Office of the City Clerk will be following up with the Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board, as there were some issues to work out with the report, so it's not quite ready. And that one and 7.3 will be brought to Urban Planning Committee once that report has been reviewed and approved.
Do we have the planned timeline for 7.2? And if that report is not ready right now, and when will be ready?
So that report needs to go back to the advisory board to review and make some edits to return to us. So I don't know at this time when it will be ready.
Councillor Rice, do you have any further questions?
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other further questions? Any debate? Hearing none, if we can call the vote on adoption of the agenda.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Excellent, that's carried unanimously. Approval of the minutes, the August 27th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee.
I'll move those. Yes, thank you.
Any edits?
No.
Changes, deletions, debate? Hearing none, please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any at this time. And select items for debate. Councilor Knack. Oh, you clicked. Oh, Councilor Wright. Mayor Sohi.
I thought other committee members were going first. I can wait. Okay, I am, but
Yeah.
still.
After you.
Okay, all right, 7-1
Okay.
and 7-5.
Okay. Excellent. Councilor Wright.
I'll select 7-4, please.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other speakers on the board, any other selections? Seeing none, we'll.
I'll move the remaining items.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Knack. And any questions, debate? Then we'll call the vote, please. Excellent. Requests to got the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that carried unanimously.
And would you like me to read out what we just approved?
Please, yeah, if you're willing.
Excellent. So thank you. So this morning, Urban Planning Committee has approved the following request to reschedule reports. Item 5.1, multi-unit residential building design with a revised due date of October 8th, 2024. And item 5.2, trees on public and private property with a revised due date of October 29th, 2024.
Excellent, thank you. So, request to speak, I have on item 7.1, 3 speakers. And if the speakers could confirm if they're with us, remote or in person. Steve Bradshaw.
Yes, I'm here and I'm remote.
Perfect, loud and clear. Gurbinder Rai. Present in person. Emily Stramel. Clerk, I guess we'll watch for Emily then. And on item 7.5, we have Kyle Scholl. Okay, we'll connect with Kyle at the time. Linda Duncan. Dennis Thomas. Present in person. Raquel Farreau. Eric Gormley. Christine Kowalchuk. And Joe Yurkovich. So maybe we'll reach out to those folks when we get closer to the item. They may not be expecting early. And just to confirm with the clerk, there were no speakers on 7.4?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the hearing from the following speakers in panels when appropriate.
So moved.
Councilor Wright, questions, debate? Hearing none, call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I don't have a time specific. Are there any councillor inquiries? Are there any reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? There are none. Requests to reschedule reports. I have 2. Item 5.1, multi-unit residential building design has a revised due date of October 8th, 2024. And trees on public and private property has been moved to October 29th, 2024. Does that require a motion to approve that?
We dealt with those as part
Okay,
of
so
the
that's
reports.
just confirmation then. Unfinished business, we don't have any, so then public reports, we can begin with item 7.1. So I invite the administration delegation to come forward.
Okay, good morning, committee. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm acting in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. With me today, I've got a number of folks. Everybody's here. I've got Carrie Houghton-McDonald, who's the Branch Manager of Edmonton Transit Service. Sarah Feldman, who's the Director of Transit Planning, Ridership and Revenue. We also have Trevor Dennehy, who's our Director of LRT Operations and Maintenance. We have Brandon Dick, who is our legal counsel, as well as Eric Reese, who is the managing director for the Americas from VIX Technology, who is our regional ARC partner. There's also a host of others on the delegation to help answer some detailed questions. But really today what we're here to talk about is exploring a 2-year pilot for Fairgates. So this report responds to a specific motion about exploring a plan to pilot gates at 2 LRT stations, one of which would be a downtown station. So we've completed the analysis, we've outlined what a pilot project would look like, and we're ready to answer questions after you've heard from speakers today. So I will turn it over to Sarah, who will walk through the remainder of the presentation.
Thanks, Craig. We'd like to start by providing an overview of the background context for the discussion today. Edmonton's LRT network comprises 18 LRT stations and additional Valley Line stops to connect riders to transit. The entire transit system in Edmonton operates a hybrid model with both an open proof of payment system on the LRT and a closed payment system on buses, including DATS. A number of the original LRT stations were built to have fare gates, but these were taken out when a commitment was made to make the LRT network an open or proof of payment fare system, and the turnstiles were removed in 1980. Next slide. Today, we envision fare gates as modern physical barriers that control access to LRT platforms and integrate with smart fare payment technology. While there are various models available, for this discussion we are focusing on options like those shown on the screen, and these are accessible to all riders, so they include wider gates for those with mobility devices, bikes, strollers. As you can see in some of the images, there's wider and narrower gates for this purpose. We've also heard about the importance of accessibility during engagement with Council's advisory boards. The fare gate models must also be integrated with our fare payment technology, fare payment system, and the related technology, so our ARC system. And the gates would need to be equipped with security features such as alarms and anti-tailgating technology to prevent multiple riders from passing through simultaneously. The fare gate should also be durable to withstand high usage and they need to be easy to maintain. And as well, flexible and scalable to allow for adjustments in the number of gates based on demand. Lastly, we are considering options that provide a consistent look and feel at our stations that integrate with our wayfinding through clear signage and simple user-friendly instructions. As requested by Council in the motion, we have developed a plan for a 2-year pilot project at 2 LRT stations. Reviewing a number of criteria, including the number of security incidents, ridership numbers, and the complexity of installing fare gates, we have selected Churchill Station and Belvedere LRT stations for the pilot. To illustrate why some stations were not easy to accommodate, Southgate Station met some of the criteria, but upon reviewing the site and the potential placement of fare gates, it was found that the pedway access between the Malmo community and the Southgate Mall would be restricted, impeding the flow of traffic between those two areas. So this highlights some of the challenges with some LRT stations that were not built with fare gates in mind. As stated, the pilot would run for 2 years with the intent of collecting data related to safety and security incidents, perceptions of safety, changes in ridership at the stations, costs, and other key performance indicators. This data would provide a unique to Edmonton approach that takes into account a variety of factors such as our local demographics, social and economic conditions, and LRT station designs. A pilot project has some limitations as safety and security challenges on transit and in public spaces are complex and influenced by many factors. So our goal through this pilot would be able to provide a thorough analysis that can guide future decisions while considering the complexities of these challenges and the effectiveness of existing safety and security measures. The pilot would require staff to be available at the stations during operational hours to assist riders. This is needed particularly for riders without ARC fare payment, such as those using transfers, and also to discourage unauthorized access. This would provide an additional set of eyes on the service. Next slide. The costs of the pilot project include the following components from highest to lowest cost. So the gate costs. This covers the cost of gate equipment. 20 gates would be installed at Churchill and 10 at Belvedere. Engineering services. This includes consultation and analysis of power systems and emergency evacuation requirements. Conduit installation. So these are the larger costs associated with bringing power and data into the stations. We have some figures that were used to bring ARC systems into the stations that we've used for this. General contractor, so this is responsibility for infrastructure upgrades and improvements to ensure the gates are seamlessly integrated with the stations. We will also need to relocate some of the existing equipment as part of the project, such as existing fare validators and possibly the smart fare vending machines. We have additional security cameras that are needed to monitor the gates, and then staffing costs for gate attendant roles. The staff would be static at the gates and present during the hours of operation, and these hours of operation require multiple shifts in a day. So in terms of next steps, we look to council for further direction on whether to proceed with the pilot project. If yes, a proposal would be presented during the fall budget adjustment to outline the capital and operating budget requirements. Council will need to identify a funding source for the plan. Any additional fare revenue that may be recovered in the pilot will not be sufficient to offset the additional expenditures. And with that, I will close and pass it back to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now hear from speakers. First of all, I invite Mr. Bradshaw to join. And clerk, were we able to notify guest Stremel?
I see that they had joined the meet, so
Excellent.
it might just be a case of unable to unmute.
Okay, no
earlier.
worries. Well, we'll get to them in a couple minutes then. Mr. Bradshaw, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Jansen. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. I'm Steve Bradshaw, President of the Amalgamated Transit Union, representing the workers at ETS. We're here today to talk about the Faregates trial. There are two important aspects of this trial to which we want to bring your attention. First, the desperate need for more funding, so more fares to support transit operations and slow down the non-fare paying traffic. Secondly, the equally or perhaps more desperate need to reduce disorder on our system. In our view, installation of fare gates, particularly as a trial at 2 stations, does effectively nothing to address either of these needs. Worse yet, the cost, even for a trial, much less full implementation, is enormous. Southgate is not the only complication. Others exist as well. Significant infrastructure changes will be needed in every LRT station to accomplish full implementation. A complete redesign of Valley Line platforms would be required. As for providing more fare revenue to ETS operations, I draw your attention to a fare evasion study ordered by council some years ago now, and certainly by a different council. The outcome at that time was a paltry 5% evasion rate on buses and about 8% on the LRT. Even if we could collect all of that fare using fare gates, which we cannot, the amount of extra fares would not substantially alter ETS's operational resources. The council of the day deemed that a cost of doing business and decided not to pursue it any further. As for reducing disorder on our system, it's well known that people will slide under, hop over, hold the gate open for friends, and do any of the many other ways of beating the system. They will beat the system. The fare gates do not work. Study after study reports that. If council has resources for something as expensive as this, we can suggest a number of other initiatives to pursue. And the first would be more transit peace officers. Administration says they need another 45 trained officers to do the job properly, and we couldn't agree more. We do need them out there. We need more authority for those TPOs. They need to be able to arrest for outstanding warrants, for petty crime, and for others problems that exist on the LRT system. We need better training for transit peace officers. Frankly, there's no valid reason why transit peace officers shouldn't be trained and authorized to use something as direct as emergency vehicle equipment, lights and sirens, for which their vehicles are already equipped. These peace officers are not even allowed to use them to rush to the aid of a fallen officer. There are other trainings that they need to be able to bring them up to speed. We could use more service hours, of course. Edmontonians need more service, not less. We could replace some of the roughly 400 worn-out buses in the fleet, not to mention the worn-out U2 LRV fleet. So from our perspective, there are many, many ways to spend money to support transit. And those are a few of the examples, and we're happy to provide more in a different kind of report. So committee fare gates, to our understanding, are not an answer to our problems. They would simply burn up a ton of resources that could be used for things that do work. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guest Bradshaw. I invite Guest Rye, if you'd like to come down to the clerk, will direct you to the mic.
Can you folks hear me?
Yep, you have 5 minutes.
All right. My name is Gurbinder Rai. I've been an employee for the city of Edmonton for 12 years. I drive a 40-foot bus for Edmonton Transit. And I want to give an acronym that I'll be using during this presentation, SIS. And that will stand for Subjective Interpretation Scenarios. So basically, a SIS would be any situation involving a TPO regarding fare evasion, emergent needs, loitering, non-destination, or mental illness. So, I mean, the ATU 569, all of us applaud Councillor Cartmell's intention of installing fare gates because this is all to decrease SIS. And a total gated system would be good, but a partially gated system defeats the purpose. It's kind of like having a tub in the ocean with a bunch of holes in it. If you plug 2 of those holes, your contingency better be swimming lessons. So I don't think, ATU 569 thinks the fare gates would be good if it was total, but not partial. So now, SIS can be decreased, just like the intention of Cartmell's fare gate proposal, and it can be done with 2 methods, a designated shelter service. This city has done a great job over the decades with current management and council as well, and getting services for the vulnerable population to exist. They all exist, so we don't have to recreate the wheel. We just need to create a service, like a shelter service that's been run before. We've done it. We've run it through navigation centers in the cold weather to help folks out. If we can do a 24-hour service running through navigation centers and destinations for basic needs of individuals, food, shelter, clothing, sanctity of hygiene, and navigation centers, people can get their lives in order and get back into a functional member of society. Our solution needs to be future-based and cultural commitment-wise. We can't just say we got to leave these people out and gate everybody out. We need to have a society that everybody has a chance to fit in, and we can be a role model for other cities. Calgary's already tried to look at the urban planning situation already, and they've come up with giving TPOs more authority, which is a great step. Adding that authority and adding a service that can take people and meet their basic needs so they don't have to be on the transit system loitering or non-destination or have no purpose. If our TPOs have the ability to take these folks and help them get to the right services and lead them in the right direction, that'd be a good cultural commitment for our city. Empowering TPOs to help the vulnerable population overall to handle criminals. I mean, they can only hold somebody as long as it takes them to write a ticket. So our TPOs are very stressed and now they can help people. Sometimes they ought to go out of their way to find people, take them to a food bank. You find people loitering at LRT station. It's a mother. She's got 3 at home. They have no food. They haven't eaten in 3 days. I mean, TPOs under current strategies don't really have the training or the want or the desire to be helping when they don't have the support. I mean, but they do their best and they get stressed out or they get in trouble when they're trying to help too much. So we need our TPOs to have that support. Dealing with SIS and the high amount of SIS we have has caused a great cost to the system in many ways. I mean, our operators, TPOs, and even our captive ridership, the ones that are riding the bus, every time they see an SIS, either they're going to be stressed because they're directly involved or they're going to be making videos for their copacetic means of dealing with the stress they have. A lot of the ridership we have right now, they need to ride the bus. They don't want to ride the bus necessarily because of situations. So another target, people we want folks to ride the bus. We want them to want that. So we have to have a desirable environment for that to exist. And so with everything that's going on behalf of the union, our operators and TPOs, we would love to thank council, admin, and especially the public that have sent in letters of commendations in how they've handled all these scenarios under high stress, and we still keep coming back to work. So our brothers and sisters thank everybody for their letters of commendation. Please keep them coming in because it motivates us to come back and serve the community. So in conclusion, SIS, decreasing that would help increase safety, it would increase ridership, and it would increase revenue because then people will be willing to pay for a desirable environment. And in conclusion, thank you very much for the time. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Thank you, Guest Rai. Guest Stramel.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Hello to the Urban Planning Committee members, the attending councilors, and to administration. My name is Emily Strummel. I'm a board member with Edmonton Transit Riders, a local nonprofit focused on advocating for a safer, more accessible, and better public transit system in Edmonton. I'm here to share with you Edmonton Transit Riders' thoughts, as well as my personal thoughts on this proposal, the impacts that the Faregate pilot could have on riders such as myself, and my personal experiences with safety, security, fare evasion, and the existing infrastructure on the LRT system. Edmonton Transit Riders and I are firmly against this pilot as it stands. As shown in the report provided by administration, this is a project with a large price tag that is not yet funded. The evidence as collected from other transit organizations in North America does not support an increase in safety and security linked explicitly with the implementation of fare gates, as opposed to other measures that are implemented in tandem, such as increased surveillance and staff presence. Additionally, expanding the implementation of fare gates across the remaining LRT stations would be extremely costly and difficult given the design of many of the stations. The physical infrastructure changes of the fare gates are expensive, inconvenient, and likely ineffective. Therefore, fare gates are not something we can support. However, we do support the additional staff on site. This includes additional TPOs, but we do also want to highlight the values of the station attendant or ambassador role to assist riders with purchasing fares, navigating stations, assisting with wayfinding. We think this would be extremely helpful to promote a positive perception of the LRT system. This assistance is what could turn first-time riders or casual riders into people who consider transit an easy, friendly, viable option for their transportation needs. I personally find myself in the position quite often where I see somebody confused on the train, unsure of how ARC machines work or which routes to follow. When I was heading home from the Edmonton Folk Music Festival this summer, every night I helped somebody navigate pedways, read the system maps, or letting them know how the ARC fare system works. Well, I love helping people have a positive experience on transit. A much more reliable way would be to have station attendants who are already knowledgeable and always available to assist riders. While this project is currently unfunded, I appreciate that Council recognizes the need for investment in transit to improve safety, security, rider satisfaction, and overall ridership. I am definitely sympathetic to the concerns that have brought about this proposal. I can certainly say that I've experienced antisocial behavior while using LRT systems on trains, on buses, and I know that lots of the people that I personally know that aren't current transit riders have a pretty negative perception of safety and security on the LRT system. While I don't believe that funding this pilot is a good use of city resources, there are improvements that can definitely be made to the transit experience that could benefit from additional funding. Besides the increased staffing model, smaller projects such as the addition and rearrangement of ARC validators into the paths of riders could be hugely beneficial. For example, at Century Park, when you're exiting the trains, there is only one ARC validator between the exit to the trains and the bus station. So that gets really backed up when during peak periods, and lots of people aren't tapping off their ARC cards or trying to cross the flow of traffic in order to make sure that they tap, which probably leads to a lot of people just not tapping, especially people who don't pay fare, such as students or whatever, that just think, I don't need to, why bother? Overall, I'm really excited to see that there's a sentiment acknowledging the investments that are required to improve the transit rider experience, but the implementation of fare gates is just not the right solution. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much. At this time, I invite my colleagues to jump onto the board if they have any questions of the speakers. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, Gurpreet, if you want to, can you please come down? Really want to thank three of you for your presentation, and also want to start with the speaker. I, really appreciate the passion and the compassion of you and everyone else that works at EDS dealing with the passengers and others who interact with you. Really appreciate that. So, I want to ask you. Said, the proven way to improve safety is to invest in peace officers, hire more peace officers, give them more training, give them more authority. And you used the example of Calgary. Can you elaborate on that? What authorities Calgary has that we can explore giving to our police officers?
Yes, sir, that's a great question. I read about Calgary on the CBC News, where they did their urban planning report through the media.
Yeah.
And I just saw a simple article, like in that, I can look it up here in my phone. I have a shot of it. It's in the Calgary urban planning.
I can follow up with our administration.
So I'm not sure exactly, because I'm not an expert in those areas, but they have agreed that giving authority to the TPOs is definitely going to help getting people towards the services they need.
Yeah,
So
great.
that's where they stopped on that. So we're adding that, you know what, if we do now take them to the services they need with the committed shelter service, like a
Yes.
bus that can do that. I mean, we're looking at $6 million right now from what the projected costs are. So, you know,
So that's it, that's ETS bus taking people and connecting them to shelters, navigation center, and running that
in
more
one
of a
complete loop,
consistent
and then they
service.
can run that regularly, so everybody who needs to be there can get there without having to fight their way through a system that is kind of like a hybrid. It doesn't really work, because then they get misunderstood. So then we get SIS occurring.
Right, right. So to Steve Bradshaw, like you've been advocating on behalf of the members for a long time, and safety has been ongoing concern. Have you seen improvements? Like we hired more TPOs. We have COT teams where social workers and TPOs work together. There's more patrolling of EPS, of transit centers and stations. Those are the kind of proven ways of improving safety. Have you seen improvements? And if you have, is that the area you would like to see more investments in?
Mayor Sohi, thank you for those questions. And it's really quite difficult for us to give data-based answers on this. So much of what we see and hear is anecdotal. We've asked community service to provide us their updated data. They are working on it. I know they try to keep up with it, but the measurement of such incidents is very difficult to go. Is there improvements? Yes, I would say so. The COT teams, as you say, the TCATs, these specialized forces put to work make a big difference, and we totally support the continuance and expansion of those programs. We strongly believe that they're valuable, but we also need to get out on the buses more. And I know that community services is working on getting those TPOs out there, but honestly, we do need more of them. If we can't get everywhere we need to be with the current complement.
Yeah, we had a report, I think, about a month ago that highlighted more TPOs patrolling buses, right, and along with LRT stations. And that report highlighted that the number of interactions that they had with passengers based on that data, about 5% was fare evasion, that people didn't pay, right? But you also said there's more fare evasion on buses than the LRT? Based on past.
Well, the study I referred to, Mayor, is some years ago now, and it indicated about 5% fare evasion on the buses and about 8% on the LRT.
Five, right? Did you say 5?
That's correct. 5 on bus and 8 on LRT.
Oh, I see. Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you said more on buses. Okay, got it. So 5% on buses, 8% on the LRT. Okay. Can you speak to the authority? I only have 30 seconds quickly. What authorities in training you touched a bit on, like what the process be for that is more of a changes at the provincial level, right?
Mm-hmm. So very quickly, the authorities, we need them to be able to enforce for outstanding warrants, enforce for small crimes on the system. Currently, they don't have those. Training the EVOC, the emergency vehicle stuff, very important.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess, Mr. Bry, from your perspective then, yours and other operators, have you noticed any difference since we did fund additional TPOs?
Oh, it's a perception of safety is there when you see the TPOs present, because it's just comfort when you see, like, but the thing is, when a situation occurs, it takes time for the response of the TPOs to arrive. And so it's that response time where all the stuff happens without any authority or control. So having a TPO presence, the more they're seen, the more safer it's going to get.
Okay.
And so it's the response time needs to be faster, or the presence just needs to be seen more. And that's where the safety factor comes in. You're saying we have tons of TPOs, but then if our response times aren't there, people are in situations where emergencies are occurring, or this, subjective interpretation scenarios are occurring, and the more time we have that's not being handled, the more stress everybody is dealing with at those times. And it can go in a multitude of ways. People can try and help out if they're an innocent bystander sitting on the bus thinking this can't happen. Like, but we just don't want those situations to have to occur. Okay. And so if we have a TPO presence at the transit centers and more on or on the buses, and people can see that they're available, then that's going to increase the ridership confidence. And when we want to increase revenues by charging fares to go up, people will say that's worth it because the system allows for it. Other things we can do on the buses and LRT to make it more environmentally desirable is you can have even background music, for example, or something with a transit podcast. Maybe we can generate revenues by having music, local singers or local poets, small volume, not too loud, and then you can sell to local businesses to sell advertising space on our transit podcast. Lots of stuff we can do.
Okay.
To generate revenue.
And do you, I'm just wondering, do you have any sort of stats or data or anything to indicate what the response time is for TPOs right now?
I'm not well versed in that part of it,
Okay.
but I can get you that information.
Or I can ask administration.
Yes,
maybe.
ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you everyone for your speaking. So everybody knows the transit services is our city's big investment, is almost like the second big investment, and by 12.2%, and for our city's operating expenditures for 2024. So I really appreciate everybody's passion. So I do have a few questions here. Right now, our ridership still not back to the level even before COVID. So the reasons are many reasons, like there are many reasons, safety and security. So the first question going to Speaker Branshaw. So what's your understanding from like perception of the safety and the security and from our riders? Is there any specific way besides increased TPOs, and is there any other way we could improve that?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Rice. And I want to say that, from a transit rider's perspective, and I commonly am not such myself, I'm more of a worker on the system, but from my perspective in wanting my partner or my child or my elder to be on the system, I want them to not just be safe, but feel safe. And as long as we're housing people on the system that don't have anywhere else to go, it takes away that feeling, that perception of safety that is maybe not as important, but is critically important for our people, our families, and our friendships, our circle of culture to feel on the system. So we really need to address that in so many ways. And council has been so effective at trying to get more housing, trying to get more resources at play to support people in their desperate needs. And we certainly need more support from the other levels of government than what we've been getting. So thank you for all you do, and let's keep it up and do more.
So if the perception of safety and from our riders do not have that fully confidence to take our public transit, and so from your perspective, what's the purpose and for us to invest more and more on the transit system. And then because we have closed system, that is bus system, and we have open system, that is LRT system. And right now we have more investment in the open system, but to ensure our ridership and really the purpose for the service is people have the services available access for them, and how we improve that perception of safety and security.
Yeah, we provide better housing sources and better policing of the system. So
Okay.
people have to have a place to live, or they're going to come to some place that's warm, some place that they can at least gather a little warmth around them. And we also need our TPOs to be better equipped and better trained and better authorized to be able to do their jobs.
Thank you. So specifically because for the riders, if we do not have the full confidence to take public transit, specifically for the open system, and our revenue is keep in the percentage of shortfall. As you probably already know, last week, city administration provided $13 million projected shortfall for our ETS. How we ensure that shortfall is reduced every year? And then is there any way, and I know we are all looking for the solution or cost-effective solution to reduce that revenue shortfall, but I want to get a sense from you. Is there any way we could do it?
Reduce overtime expenses, reduce sick time expenses.
And for the transit system is specific the fare revenue. So sorry, my time is out, and I may come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cardinal.
Great, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers for being here today, for providing your comments. I'll go to you, Mr. Bradshaw, and I just want to dig in a little deeper on, just to get clarity and understanding on your comments. So, are you saying that the peace officers, the transit peace officers, need an expanded scope of responsibility or more ability to do things, or are you saying that they need to do the things that they are already permitted to do? Like I've heard you say, we need better policing.
Right.
But I mean, okay. Broadly, and I have a question about that too, but broadly termed, a disorderly conduct, viewed by a police officer can be met with a number of different reactions. So what is it you're saying exactly?
What I'm saying, to be clear, Councillor, is that our transit peace officers do a great job of their scope with the tools that they have. They need better tools. They need more authorities and more training, frankly, to get the job done to the best that our ridership and our employees on the system need. So it's not the people themselves that aren't doing their job. Rather, it's that we don't give them enough authority to broaden the scope of their activity, and we're not equipping them.
So what kind of tools are you speaking of? What would be a tool that they don't have?
Well, the EVOC comes to mind right away. Emergency vehicle lights and sirens. They're not permitted to use those because they have not been trained in them. The training, I'm not sure how long a training it is. I think maybe a day or a couple of days of training. Other peace officer agencies do have that authority. There's no reason why ours couldn't have. That's an example of a tool that they could use to be able to do that. They would.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bradshaw, but I'm just trying to limit my time. So it sounds like you want, and it's my understanding that the transit peace officers are members of the ATU, of the transit union, and not police officers per se.
That's
so it
correct.
Sounds like what you're asking is for them to have rights, responsibilities, tools, and training that are equivalent to police officers. Is that fair or not?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
we're not proposing that they carry lethal force, not firearms, that's sort of thing. They're peace officers, and they need to be equipped and authorized in a peace officer role, which that is a reduced role that they have right now. It can be expanded and they can be better equipped. For example, I don't know, I don't have specific numbers or data to state this thing, but the idea that they're equipped with a taser, for example, would be something that would protect them to be able to do their job properly. Should we be doing that? I'm not sure, but it's something we should be considering. Other agencies do use them.
So, so thank you for those answers. I have sort of two questions that come out of that. One is, what is the level of coordination between TPOs and EPS members? So EPS members have some of those things that you're not asking for, but they also have some of the things that you do. For instance, the detention vehicles and that kind of a thing. So, should there be more coordination? Should there be even, a merging of the service? Would that be a value? Economy of scale kind of a thing?
Yeah, we don't see that as a value. I mean, we have police on the system. We appreciate the effect that they have there. They have a different kind of a job to do than our peace officers. What we're asking for is to see the peace officers, well, as I already said, be equipped and authorized to do the things that are in their scope of activity, the scope of their work. We think that they're not suitably equipped and authorized to do that at this point, and we'd like to see that start to happen.
Thank you. I might have one more question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. I got to leave in a few minutes, so thank you for giving opportunity for the second round. So I am, and this is to Steve Bradshaw, I am interested in exploring what that new training and authority may look like, but I need clarity from you, like what are your expectations are? You said you're not looking at more kind of you said you termed non-lethal interventions, right? Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
Sure. Well, I mean specifically that we're not asking for transit peace officers to be equipped with firearms.
Okay. That is not you want. I think that's good clarity because that will be get a significant change in the authorities, right? So, okay. So I will ask those questions to administration when I'm back on time. But I think it's worth exploring what that new training may look like. On the sirens, like for example, if a peace officer is being dispatched from one bus station to another bus station, they cannot use their sirens to get there quicker. So they're stuck in the same traffic as other vehicles.
Absolutely. They have no authority to exceed the speed limit or to pass through red lights, for example. They don't use sirens. They don't use lights, even though their vehicles are equipped with them.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that speed up the response, though, like if those authorities are given? I know.
Absolutely.
Minister,
yes.
you're shaking your head. Your mic. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, as Councillor Wright was asking, what kind of things we would need to make the safety aspect better, but response time is huge in perceived safety and actual safety.
Yes, if they can get there faster, right? So, okay. Intervention is quicker, absolutely. Okay, I think those are the questions. What can you give another example? Like sirens, does that make sense? Like what are the other
examples of? Well, from what I understand from my TPO brothers and sisters, when they are when they take somebody in a situation of SIS and handle them off the bus, I mean, we don't follow that because it's confidential stuff they're dealing with. But I do know from some of them they get frustrated because if this person has warrants or if they have drugs or paraphernalia on them, our TPOs are limited in how they can handle that situation, and usually it's a catch and release scenario.
So they're dealing with repeat.
Yeah, and they deal with it, and it's because maybe the EPS can't get there in time because they're involved in other calls, And so the authority of our TPOs is usually limited. The amount of time, for I understand, they can hold somebody is about the time it takes to write the ticket.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
I understand that TPOs do get training on how to deal with vulnerable population, right? Maybe building up on that as well, right? Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm just going to jump into the queue quickly. Mr. Bradshaw, were you aware that the government of Alberta only has provided 210 day shelter spaces for the city of Edmonton?
No, Councillor, I did not know that number.
Yeah, we just got a memo following a debate. I can send it to your office. It's I'll just read the stats quickly here. It's incredibly scant in terms of what's offered to the city of Edmonton. There's at the Bissell Center, there's only 80 spaces. At Boyle Street Community Services, there's only 50 spaces. At the Mustard Seed, there's only 40 spaces, and that's only 9 to 11:30. At the Mustard Seed, there's another 40 spaces. The total is 210 spaces. Homer Trust estimates we may have around 4,000 unhoused or people in need in Edmonton. Just wanted to hear from you where you think these people are going.
Well, many of them are going onto our transit system. We know that, and that's part of our discussion today. I'm sure that there are other places, and I personally live in the River Valley. I see them going right around where I live and in small encampments and so on. Honestly, I really feel like these are people who are not served properly by the provincial government. They are not delivered medical attention the way they ought to be, the way the rest of us get served medical. They're not housed as they should be properly, and that's a failure of the provincial government.
I also wanted to ask, are you aware and I'm sincerely asking, I don't know. I think in Toronto they have fare gates, but as far as I've seen on the news, there still seems to be a number of conduct and safety issues on the Toronto Metro, New York as well. Is this just are fare gates too permeable, or is this a broader issue about safety?
So you're asking me for something akin to expertise on this. I have not read, I do not know of any evidence that suggests that fare gates cause a decrease in disorder on the system. As far as I know, they're a fare collection system more than anything, but that they do not help with the disorder problem.
Excellent, thank you. I have no further questions. I'll jump to the speakers list now. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I have a question specific to Speaker Emily. So if you are still there. Yeah, hi. Thank you for some points you brought up in terms of impact. In your comment, I want to make sure my understanding is correct. Talking about instead of funding for this physical fare gates, from your perspective, you spoke about to fund more about the staffing model. So I would like to know a little bit of detail about when you mentioned about the staffing model and how this could improve the perception of safety and security and improve riders' confidence to take our public transit. So can you provide a little bit more detail?
For sure. So when it comes to fare gates, there actually isn't a lot of evidence saying that the fare gates themselves cause increases of security or perceptions of security. However, one of the best ways to increase perceptions of security on public transit is actually to have more people present. If you're the only person waiting at an LRT station and somebody acting potentially erratically comes by, you're going to feel a lot more vulnerable than if there are other people around you. So this staffing model, potentially an increase in TPOs, but also an increase in just presence at the stations in terms of people that are willing to engage with riders and ensure that they know that there's support there, could be very beneficial for this perception. The fare gates require staff to be present at all times during all operating hours, as you heard in the presentation. So we know that this isn't currently a funded proposal, but we know that you also recognize that we need money in order to put initiatives in place. And so if we are thinking about putting money towards transit, that this is something that does have proven benefits in terms of increasing the perception of safety.
Our city since I believe since 2022, and we increased a lot of staffing and for the LRT system. And do you see that increase already enough, or you still want to see more increase on that staffing?
I would say from a personal perspective, we didn't go with the right staffing. A lot of people think that the contract security are not effective. They're often not engaging with riders in any meaningful way, and don't have a lot of authority beyond calling a peace officer, which a lot of people don't find to be good enough. I personally was actually involved in this safety incident, and by the time that a police officer would have shown up, the person was already gone, and the security on site didn't have any authority to keep that person around or to provide any support. So I agree, the TPO response times are very important. I think that the staffing model that we have in place might not be what riders need. And I do think there are potentially other directions that we could go.
Okay, thank you for that. One more question regarding Century Park Station. So I really appreciate you mentioning Century Park Station and then how the traffic and even for the riders, because we only have one entrance there and then it's really cloudy. As a result, and people may not attack their cars and then, so because right now, as you know, I mentioned earlier, and for fear revenue shortfall right now, we are at the risk of $13 million.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see any way we could increase the payment, not payment? When I say increase payment, that means increase opportunity for people to make pay. And other than right now, whatever, we don't need to tap, we don't need to pay. And so do you have any thoughts on that?
I would say that obviously increasing the validators, potentially increasing the positions of payment machines, but also just presenting them in a way that makes it feel like you need to tap. So changing those configurations to ensure that they are visible for everybody using the system, that they are very clearly accessible, and there's not questions about, do I need to buy a ticket here or here? Where do I tap, etc.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thank you to all the speakers for joining us today. Really appreciate your thoughts and perspectives. I'll just stick with Emily for a little bit longer. Really appreciated your perspectives around increasing that presence on transit, having more eyes on the system. Do you have examples of, I'm thinking you mentioned the station attendants or ambassadors, I think you even described them as system navigators. Do you have examples of where that has worked well?
I don't have.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I don't have examples that are completely agnostic to the fare gates, but from my personal experience, lots of systems with fare gates obviously have to have these staffing positions, as you heard. And I found myself in foreign systems many times, For example, this summer I was in Stockholm, and having a physical person there that I could confirm, this is how I buy my ticket, this is where I'm going, I don't speak Swedish, so please help me understand what these signs mean. I felt like that was extremely helpful. If I hadn't had access to that person there that could help me, I may have asked another rider, but I likely would have wandered around and been a little confused and maybe missed my train. And if that was my first experience on a system in my home city that I maybe wasn't sold on, could or could not, use as my main form of transit, I think I would be a lot less likely to adopt using that system if I didn't feel like I had the support to use it.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. And I'll follow up with some questions on from admin on that. And then I have a question. You may not. I'll ask it anyways. I don't know if you'll have sort of a full answer, but I think what we're hearing today consistently from speakers is that the evidence and research doesn't necessarily support fare gates as a means to improve safety and security. But there's still, and I see it in public commentary, there's still a public perception that fare gates could be kind of a simple solution to some of the social disorder that we're seeing on the system. So I'd love your thoughts on that disconnect between, what we might be hearing or public perception versus what the research and data and evidence actually says.
Yeah, so the research and data, lots of what I'm referencing personally is from the 2013 City of Calgary report about, it's called Assessing a Closed System as part of the Transit Safety Strategy. It is excellent. They review a number of cities across North America regarding their implementation of fare gates or lack thereof and what effects that they had. Across all of the systems, whether they had fare gates or no fare gates, there was an increase in safety and security incidents during the pandemic. And there was not any sort of decrease in safety and security incidents that were concretely linked to the physical infrastructure of the fare gates when they were first implemented. The two things that did increase was the perception of safety from users and the perception of fairness and decreased fare evasion. So a lot of people do think that fare gates are a catch-all solution, or at least a good solution, but people jump fares everywhere in the world. There was a story about somebody who jumped a fare in New York City just a couple of days ago, and they jumped over a barricade, and the police were involved. So it is possible. If people want to avoid fare, they will. If people need a place to stay that is warm, they will make it happen. But I would say a lot of people, especially a lot of people that don't take transit, don't necessarily know what putting fare gates in would mean, how that affects the stations, how that affects the rider flow, such as pedways. So while I do think that there is this perception that fare gates are a catch-all solution, they're definitely not, and they're definitely not for the price tag.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Carmel.
Okay. So I want to maybe pick up on that. That was my question. My next question to Mr. Bradshaw was, the discussion around perceptions of safety and perceptions of fairness. And so, and this runs to the anecdotal. I freely admit that, but I'm hearing from people that have said, when I use the system, I see TPOs, I see security officers, contract security people, but they don't hold anybody into account. And, this runs to the euphemistic and the rhetorical too, but no one's held to account. So why should I pay for a system where nothing is being enforced? And again, that's pretty rhetorical, right? So is there, you spoke to there being a study, many years ago about, 8% fare evasion. Do you think that still applies in a post-COVID environment?
Well, I think it does. I mean, I don't have the data to back that up, but I guess anecdotally, I don't think it's higher than that. It may be a little bit higher. Maybe things have morphed since COVID or since pre-COVID. As you say, that study was quite some years ago. Those facts were true then at that time, How they've morphed since then, we don't know because we haven't repeated the study.
Yeah, so that's a question I want to pursue with administration. And I want to go back to that perception question. What I'm hearing you say is that, and please, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing you say, though, is that if we had more TPOs, and if those TPOs were more actively addressing less desirable behavior, then we will create that impression that transit is safe, or we will change the perception that transit is unsafe, and that fare gates, whatever value they might have in providing that perception of safety, will be met to the same level if we have more TPO resource. I guess that's, can I say it? I'll say it another way. Do you think we're going to get there with TPOs? Both those that visit our city and visit other cities and see gates in other places, but don't see them here, and see disorderly behavior, but don't see a lot of accountability attached to that disorderly behavior. Do you think we're actually going to get there with more security, more enforcement, more police officers, as opposed to fare gates, right?
Yeah, I think we stand a lot better chance of getting there, but it has to come with the backup of resources for the TPOs to direct people to if they're taking them off the system, so that they go around to the next station and come back on. We accomplish nothing.
Yeah.
We have to have those places, and that's where other levels of government have to step in and support our problems here, support our solutions to our problems. So, do we stand a better chance of affecting that with more properly complemented TPO force? Absolutely, I believe we do. I don't think those fare gates are going to accomplish what you want, simply because people will find ways of making them not work. There used to be a series of books, stories called The Stainless Steel Rat, and the concept there was that if your rat you're trying to catch gets out of the cage that you're trying to catch it in, then you have to build a better cage. And if eventually you get to building a stainless steel cage, you're still going to evolve a stainless steel rat that'll chew its way through it.
Right.
And that's sort of the concept here, that all the infrastructure that we put in place, people are going to find ways around it or through it.
Yeah, so I go back to the comment made by our other speaker that, the best solution by far is activation. More people increases the perception of safety. We see that in Churchill Square during the symphony. We see, that kind of a thing, right? So
100%.
So that's why I circle back to, how quickly can we improve the perception of safety so more people use it, and more people use it in the off hours?
It's a great question.
And you're saying TPOs. Yeah.
I'm saying TPOs, absolutely. TPOs and better authorities for them.
Yeah.
Councillor, I think they go hand in hand.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes, just looking, I didn't miss anyone. That concludes our questions of the speakers. Thank you to the speakers. We will now move to questions of administration. Did I miss someone? Oh, okay. Thank you to our guests for sharing today. Yeah, apologies. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, my eScribe's lagging today, so if you are buzzing in, just throw a hand if I can't see you or I miss you. My apologies. Questions of administration. Hearing none. Councilor Wright.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I just, as far as the cost in that, if this were to pilot and fully rolled out, we can't just take that 7.2 million and times that by the number of gates that we would need in total, right? Or
That's
access
correct.
points, I guess.
Yeah, so the team has done a detailed analysis of the different components, so we would have to do that detailed planning in order to come up with that overall figure.
Okay, so, because I've heard that some are going to take a little more work than just this one here. And then when I asked Mr. Rye about delays in getting TPOs to locations, do you have data on that as to response time?
Yeah, I can start, and then I know David's here. He can help as well. So our control center, we have a fixed number of inspectors who are responding to any requests that come in from operators who are actively on the road. So we have about 753 buses that are out at any point in time, and they're responding. So it's purely dependent on the volume of inquiries coming in. But they, their approach is to respond immediately. And then depending where the TPOs are, they get dispatched to respond, and then they have their response to whatever our request is, and I'll let David answer that
So
part.
you said 753 buses, but then plus LRT
Exactly.
as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, and then if David has some data there?
I do. Good morning. 2023, our median response time to all calls for service was 9 minutes and 43 seconds. What I will say, just to add some additional context, is anything with an emergency response, a 911 call, that defaults to the EPS, who do have the response driving capacity that has been talked about in the past. And of course, they're another layer of a very important sort of tiered policing model that we implement across the transit system.
Okay, so what constitutes emergency? So somebody smoking a crack pipe on a bus, or is it somebody that pulls out a knife?
I would go for the knife for sure. I think time, situation, all kinds of things are dependent on those, and for that I would, refer you to the Edmonton Police for what their processes are and policies are.
So, well, I'm just wondering what our own policies are on instructions that we're providing to the operators when they should be calling it an emergency or not.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it's their judgment and how they describe what's happening to our inspectors who are responding. So if they feel it's an emergent item, like we dispatch it as an emergency. But they're trained to notify us of any incidents that are happening, and then we have a series of questions we go through to ensure we get the right resource at the right time deployed to them.
Okay, so I think when I went and did my tour at the bus barns, there's a couple different buttons that they can press. One is more for emergency, and one is more.
Yeah,
just
we have different onboard tools to assist them. So if there is something severe, emergency happening on board, they have covert mechanisms of notifying us of that.
Okay, and then the fare gates, though. So thank you for all that information. But the fare gates themselves won't prevent people from paying the fare and then just going in and hanging out, right?
Correct. So I think that's one of the things we wanted to highlight in the report, is just to be careful about assuming that it means we won't see people like that on the platform. They do pay fare. Yeah. So we just need to be careful about those assumptions. It could potentially deter, but there's no guarantee that it would.
Okay. And then what about just overall foot traffic to like businesses in the area? Could restricting people access into the transit system, could that restrict people from frequenting businesses?
I don't think so. It's really about controlling access to the platform level for the stations. So any adjacent businesses, I think, would still see the same amount of foot traffic, and I'll just see if others want to chime in.
Yeah, I would just add that the kiosks that we have in the transit stations generally would be outside the area that is gated. So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. And I did have some questions on COT, but I'll leave that for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you for the report. So I do need some data here if you have that information. So first of all, our entire transit system, we have open fare system for the payment. We have closed fare system for the payment. And based on recent data for all this safety and security related incident reports, do you have the percentage? How many and in the closed fare system, how many in the open fare system?
So we report our disorder and crime across the entire network. I don't know if we can separate it by station, but I can take that away. We have an updated council memo. Our quarterly safety stats will be shared imminently, probably later this week. But I can take that back to the team and see if we can separate it between the two.
Oh, that would be wonderful, because that will be the evidence and one of evidence and of how our public feel the or perception of the safety and for the closed fair system and open fair system. And because fair gates is one type of closed fair system as well. So thank you for that. Number 2 question, I would like to know the data since 2022 when we implement that transit safety model, and how many TPOs we increase, what's the number of TPOs, and also what's the budget increase, the expenditure increase. Do you have that number right now?
I'll see if David has that.
I'm not sure if I have the dollar value on the increase, but I can tell you that we have 98 TPOs right now. And for comparison, because I know Calgary's been brought up about enhanced authorities, they have 185 TPOs.
So we have, in total, we have 98.
That's correct.
And so if you don't have that dollar amount, is anybody could find that dollar amount? And how many, like, how much?
Yeah, we can take that away. The increases have been incremental over the last few years, and so that's where we would have to do some math over a couple of different budget cycles just to find that number.
Because this is a lot of evidence to showing the staffing and compared to the physical fair gets. So I would like to have that information before I make a decision. That is number 1. Other number is a security guards. So security guards, the number of security guards, and what is expenditure dollar numbers on that?
Yeah, so we have coverage at just under half of the stations, and we're essentially managing to our base budget amount. So we cover approximately 20 of the 43 stations that we have, and they have multiple shifts because it matches our hours of service. So between 20 and 24 hours a day at those 20 different locations. And the total budget is somewhere in the neighborhood between 5 and 6 million. I can get the exact figure in a follow-up for you.
5 to 6 million per year, or 5 or 6 million total, and in the 4 years budget cycle.
Annual expenditure for the 20 to 24 hours of coverage at 20 locations.
So that is $5 to $6 million.
Yes.
Alrighty, okay. So that is only for the security guards.
For the commissioners, that's right.
So is even not including the TPOs yet.
That's right. That's separate from the peace officers, separate from COT, and separate from the Edmonton Police Service.
Okay. So another last question for the 40-second, and is about the way. Is there any way approach right now to validate the payment and from the new system we just implemented from last year and our card? And because I heard over and over, and right now, and there is no way or no approach in place to validate that fair payment. And then I don't know if that is one reason to cause our fair revenue shortfall and for 2024 increase to that much for the $13 million.
Yeah, great question. So the bulk of the revenue gap is associated with more people using the low-income fare discounts than we had budgeted for, pulling revenue away from the other categories. In terms of the equipment reliability, we've made a lot of improvements, so it's upwards of 95% reliable, and the TPOs have handheld validators to do the proof of payment checks. And I'll just see if Eric from VIX wants to add anything.
So I'm sorry, Chair, my time is out. If you want me to come back, I could do that.
Thank you. I'll jump in at this point, and I'll ask administration to continue on the response.
Good morning, councilors. My name is Eric Reese, and Managing Director for VIX for the Americas. So as part of the implementation of the system, we are rolling out new validators throughout the entire system, which are then seeing quite a high use of availability as well as being in a validation rates as well. The TPO or officers are being provided with handheld devices which allow for validation in which they're able to check the ARC cards and be able to check the values of the transactions that have taken place. We'll continue offering upgrades and changes to that, or upgrades and modifications to it as we continue to grow this system over the next couple of months, including new forms of payments as well. So you are seeing quite a development and advancement of your system from the initial implementation through where it is today, and you'll continue to see it through the next 6 months or so.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in so I've seen fare gates that look like floor to ceiling, prison style, and I've seen others that look more like plexiglass and others that kind of look like chicken wire. So what are the options that have been looked at here? I'm just trying to think if.
Yeah, I think we looked at a few models, essentially where it's very important to us that it integrates with the ARC system. So we looked at some of the models that are already deployed, working with VIX, and the images we showed in the presentation are what we imagine they would look like. But I would maybe turn it also over to Eric to see if he'd want to add anything.
Councilman, to answer kind of the first question, you described what are a number of different gates for opportunities for managing both ingress and egress of the system as well. You described kind of the floor-to-ceiling ones, which are reverse entry ones, which are only for exit. Those are for unattended stations. For the gates that we're proposing here, what we're actually offering are gates that are already out there throughout the world. There will be a higher paddle gates, sometimes with a plexiglass front, that allow for immediate ingress into the system when a tap card is presented. And then they close within seconds to allow for preventing tailgating, for lack of a better phrase. These gates are tested, they're proven in systems throughout the world as well. A number of agencies throughout the world are looking at expanding and upgrading, including New York, LA, and then some other global cities as well outside of this. And demonstratively, even WMATA in Washington, D.C. has recently just come out and said, by upgrading and increasing the size of the paddles, they are been able to see a demonstrated reduction in crime within their system, for limiting the ability or able to jump in or jump through the system as well.
Right. I was thinking recently about where I felt unsafe at transit, and it wasn't actually down on the platform. It was getting to the platform through the bus loop, through the street, down the staircase, down the other staircase, etc. As I see this, I don't think fare gates would help with that unless we put fare gates directly at the entrance of public property or something. Do you follow what I'm saying? How has location been considered?
Yeah, so it's intended to be near the platform, and we have relationships with other kind of stakeholders for some of the pedways, as an example, or access, from the stations to other areas. It was always designed in mind to be related to platforms. We have made some really good improvements, and I think the Alberta Transit Systems Grant last year was amazing to make station-level improvements, so better lighting, we put more cameras, we, just overall improved kind of the tone, the elevators, et cetera. Those station-level improvements, I think, combined with other measures, can be quite helpful to address some of what you just said.
Okay. And I let administration know that at 9:30 on Sunday morning, I was carded by transit security at the Clairview station, and they had no idea I was a city councillor. And when I showed them my card, they said, "Oh, what are you doing up here?" And I was like, now I can say I too got checked. So I've experienced it firsthand as recently as a few days ago. Councillor Cartmel.
You look dishonest. Sorry, live mic. So sort of two buckets of conversation, right? The safety piece and the fare gate, or the fare evasion piece. So it's not for me to speak to Mr. Bradshaw, or for him, but I generally understood this, that if we had more peace officers and there was more active, visible enforcement of the rules, then we would see a better perception of the safety of the system. Is that kind of what you heard?
Yeah, for sure. And we hear it from riders too. The
Sure.
Edmonton Student Alliance recently shared that feedback, and your point about off-peak ridership. In the evenings
Yeah.
and nighttime, they want to see more visibility.
Well, that's when my kids
And
won't
that'll
ride.
drive it up,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, and my kids are in their 20s, right?
Yeah.
So peak hour all day long, no pun intended, but not in the dark hours kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So in that, through that lens, do we not have a policy that effectively says stand back and watch and be pretty quiet about your interactions with those that might be acting out? And I forget, there's like the 4 E's or whatever we call that, and it seems, that active, visible enforcement of the rules is the last thing we do. And we're actually encouraging TPOs to not do that. And that seems antithetical to what we're hearing from Mr.
Yeah.
Bradshaw.
I'll see if David wants
Yeah,
to answer.
I can jump in on that one. I think all the way along the line, it's about enforcement presence and engagement with people. It's not about standing back and watching things happen. When they see something happening, they are meant to engage. Whether it's appropriate to give a ticket or a ban or whatever that looks like, may be a different determination. But for sure, they're expected to engage with any problematic behavior like you're describing and address the issue, even if it just means removing somebody from property.
So I think you said we had 94 TPOs at the moment?
98, yep.
98, okay. What's the turnover rate?
I don't have our most current stats, but we're typically in around between 5 and 10% a year. We know we lose some people to other orders of law enforcement, the EPS, et cetera. But it's pretty standard for any
not unhealthy.
organization. It's not unhealthy.
Yeah, okay. So that's good to know. All right. So, okay. So I believe there might be some subsequent piece that might be coming on, that. I wonder about the commissionaires. You said $5 to $6 million on commissionaires, but they have virtually no authority.
So they do a lot of reporting. So they account for 50% of the reports that our control center gets to get the right people deployed out to respond.
But as we heard, a report that gets somebody to respond,
Yeah.
that can be a half hour. It's not immediate.
Yeah, it depends. It depends where the TPOs are.
Sure.
They're often the first response to the incident. David and I are actually doing a full review of their use, looking at all the layers of authorities, looking at our data, and then we'll do an assessment of opportunities and think we can make some tweaks and adjustments. And I'd say just give us a few more weeks to work through that. We're working with ELT on it as well. But that's something that we're digging into quite a bit.
Well, so I had a question. Maybe I'll ask that first. There's all kinds of cities in the world. I was in many of them this summer in the U.S. where fare gates are not attended 24/7. In the biggest of cities, so I really question that part of the cost estimate.
Yeah, Sarah can jump in. I'll just flag, we issue the transfers. We have kids 12 and under that are free with a fare-paying rider. It's some of those exceptions. We'd have to figure out how to give them access without having a staff person there to provide them with the access. But Sarah's team did that research, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add, most of the systems we reviewed generally had staffing, whether they cover 24/7, maybe that's something we could dig into a bit more, but it is important, like as Carrie mentioned, that there are many people who need to go through the gates who would not have an ARC card and would need to be able to pass through like a transfer from the bus.
But is that not, get an ARC card, not get an attendant? Like, so as an example, I was in New York City for a few days this summer, and spent a lot of time on the subway, and I don't know that I can't remember seeing a police officer, never mind an attendant, to help somebody that couldn't manage tap on, tap off.
I think as long as we offer cash fare on the bus side, we'll need to issue transfers, and I know that's something we talked about a few weeks ago with the revenue conversation, and so that's where transfers are issued on the bus side, and we have not an up-to-date modern fare box, I would say, on the bus side, so those paper transfers still tend to be used by a lot of riders when they transfer between modes.
My time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So hearing a number of, I'll say, alternative solutions that could be more effective and cost efficient, like more TPOs, empowering TPOs to do more, COT teams, station attendants, activations. How do we prioritize investments in those kinds of proven strategies? Because it's like we have a menu of potential things that we could invest in or we have already invested in. How do we make sure we're getting the best return on our investment?
Yeah, there was a council report, I think about a year ago, that Sarah led, introducing and it was a collaborative table within administration that brainstormed the items. Station attendants were one of the opportunities that we said, okay, above what we've already done, what are those other opportunities? So there were a few things listed in that report. We can reshare it with council if it's helpful. David's been clear in identifying, the ideal kind of staffing ratios for transit peace officers. We know that we're short and not in line with what Calgary and other big cities are doing. So there's a gap there in the 75 number, I believe. So I'd say it's between, closing the gap on the TPO staffing, looking at those other opportunities from that council report. Station attendants were one, more activation in our spaces was another. So I think it's a combination of those, and it's council's direction to decide in what order you want to tackle those things.
Great, yeah, that's really helpful and just underscores that, those options have been discussed, and when council's ready, we can advance those. So it's not like we're coming up with new ideas. We know what the options are. So thank you for that. Something that hasn't necessarily been raised today in a big way is just the relationship between perceptions of safety and increases in ridership. We know that having more folks in the system increases perceptions of safety. So wondering, have the investments that we've been making in service hours and increasing frequency, has that made a difference? What are we seeing? Or what are we hearing from riders?
Yeah. So ridership, it's fantastic news. We're well exceeded the 2019 pre-pandemic levels. So this year we've seen anywhere between 10 and 20% higher each month. Overall, on average, probably somewhere around 112, 113% higher than 2019 levels using our automated passenger counters, in-person counting, and looking at other data sources that we have. We know that perceptions are going to lag a bit. It's going to take time. But the positive feedback we're hearing from the Edmonton Student Alliance, from our riders, people are noticing, obviously, trains and buses are very full, which can be a bit frustrating, but it's a good problem to have. There's a lot of people using the system right now. But to Councillor Cartmell's point, not so much in the evening and nighttime on the LRT and certain bus routes. We don't see the same volumes. So how do we help address perceptions if you're a nighttime user? Because you might have a different experience than someone using it for peak or, let's say, to go to school during the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And having a good handle on where those gaps are and where we can sort of focus those efforts and resources depending on the day or time of day is really critical. Just so I got that number right, you said 112% higher than 2019? Is that right?
Yeah, on average throughout this year,
Okay.
each month, 112%.
Thank you. And I apologize if I missed this, but the fare revenue study that was done a few years ago, 5% on buses, 8% on LRT, Speaker Bradshaw shared that. Do we have updated estimates, or is that?
Yeah, we do. I think what he's talking about was a city auditor report. I can dig it up. I think it was like 2013, thereabouts. We do have updated figures, and I know David has some stats from the TPOs, so I'll just caution, if people don't see people tapping, if you have a preloaded card, if you're a UPass user or a school board youth pass user, you're not necessarily required to tap. Yeah. We've already got your money. And some people still have monthly passes, so just be careful until they're phased out. We just have to be careful assuming if we don't see people tapping that it's fare evasion. But I'll see if David wants to share some of the TPO stats.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I will say that we're over 150,000 fare inspections this year, with a detected fare evasion rate of 6.2% this year.
Okay, thank you. See if I can squeeze one more in. Probably not. No, I'll come back.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, David. So 150,000 at 6.2% works out to how much dollars?
Oh man, man, this is where I wish Stacy was in the room. 'Cause she's got that calculator in her brain, but we can do some quick math. I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
better you than me, no.
We haven't actually done that analysis. We'd have to look at the proportion of sales in each category and then draw some conclusions.
That's why I wasn't even going
yeah.
to try to attempt it, sort of what an average was. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, would we really benefit, you know, if we can improve the fares that we are getting? Would it pay for the fare gates?
Yeah, I think that's something we'd need to understand more through the pilot. It's difficult to estimate because we don't have that station level understanding, and particularly the pilot that's only for a few stations. It's hard to determine what would happen with that evasion rate at the station level. Would some of it move to other stations? And so that's one thing we could assess, and of course could offset part of the costs, but difficult to estimate at the upfront, and likely does not nowhere near the cost of the pilot overall.
Okay. And you said you're doing some analysis as far as sort of return on investments as to the type of presence that we have in the system?
Yeah, so David and I are doing a review of basically all the personnel layers that we have working in that kind of safety and security space, making sure that we're fully deploying the right resources at the right stations. And that includes looking at commissionaires, looking at our how they work with TPOs, looking at where the TPOs are deployed, and just kind of objectively looking at data and seeing if there's opportunities to tighten things up.
And that includes the funding, like for COT, for Bantero, and for police as well in the system, or?
So I think it would consider the COT piece. With Edmonton Police Service, we are the lucky recipients of the positions the province has funded. So it's how they would interact together with the other layers, and how we make sure that we're fully utilizing an integrated approach in that.
Okay, thank you. And David, you had mentioned 98 TPOs in Edmonton. Oh, I'm sorry. Would that analysis then also sort of look at what Calgary has for those other types of positions as well? Or like other jurisdictional scan?
It's really hard to compare apples to apples. I mean, we know Calgary has a similar system because of the way that it's designed and the way that it's staffed, but I'm not sure how much further we could take that with respect to the different staffing models.
There could be way too many different variances and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many of those 98 TPO positions, is that like, are we fully staffed, or how many position spots do we have?
We've got a fall training class coming up in October. It starts, and so we should be totally fully staffed by the end of December.
After that, okay.
Yeah, barring the usual attrition numbers. And
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. How many are off due to stress, sick leave?
I'm not sure if I have that, Brooke. Do you
Like,
have?
is that a
I'm going to stall here while Brooke looks up some
substantial number, perhaps, or like? Okay, so while she's looking up that number, Eric, can I just ask you, when you talked about the new swipe, whatever they're called, are those replacement, like, so that they're better machines to when someone swipes their art card?
Oh, the validators you're discussing?
Yes.
All right, so the new validators will be going in will allow for what's referred to as open payments, where you'll be able to take your contactless card and tap it on the one. So the answer is yes, they would be better.
Okay, because I've heard that there's problems with people trying to swipe their art cards and not being.
Yeah, so that was earlier this year where we had reliability issues, and then both Eric's team and my team worked really closely together to make improvements. And the equipment now is about 95% reliability and improving even more.
Okay, good. Do you have a number yet?
It's forthcoming, so. I didn't
Okay.
stall long enough, sorry.
You can just add it in at the end of someone else's answer then, and I'll, that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I'm not sure city administration gets the number for the annual expenditure for the 98 TPOs. Do you have that number right now?
Sorry, no, that's something we've taken away. We'll get you some figures.
So that should be like the easily number, and for the expenditure annually for the 98 TPOs.
Yes, we've made a note of that. We're having somebody look into it.
Yes, so I really want to get this number to do some like a comparison, and then before I make any decisions, this actually impact me how I make decision today. If you could get that number and before we make decision, that'd be appreciated. That's his first question. And the second question, so I really appreciate, I heard the 112% higher ridership averagely compared to the 2019 before COVID. So that's provided more clarification for my earlier question. Then my question becomes, if we have this much higher ridership, and how did we calculate or identify the revenue shortfall as $13 million for 2024?
Yeah, so in our 4-year budget process, we have a revenue budget where we make projections. So that budget was built with analysis from 2022, projecting the extent of the growth we would see every year. And what we're seeing is that our growth projections aren't being met. More people are buying the lower income fare support programs than we anticipated. So the volumes of the regular monthly users are a bit lower than what we had projected. So that's creating some of the gap. That's about $10 million worth of the 13. And then the remaining 3 are scattered across multiple different areas. And I'll just say pre-pandemic, we had variance as well. We had some years where we'd see just about $5 million variance and sometimes a bit less. So there's some level of variance that is expected with the projections.
Okay, thank you. So I heard Calgary, we have TPOs. How many TPOs? Like 190 or something like that?
Calgary is reporting 185 TPOs.
185, but how many riders they have? What is the ratio between the riders and the TPO?
We can get you the exact number. Calgary has slightly higher ridership than us on their LRT, but they have more stations, more kilometers of service. But that's a stat that's pretty easy for us to get. We can send it as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you for that. And then if we do the comparison for the ratio between TPOs and the riders, I think we could easily calculate how much cost could be. So then my next question is, if we need more TPOs, we heard today over and over, and then do you have estimation, like how many do we need it? How much cost could be, or the funding source could be?
Well, I can tell you we had 71 TPOs in the service package in the spring for consideration. Our modeling puts us at about 75 TPOs that we could have to sort of meet all of the needs and all the different jobs that we've been asked to do. So I would say 75 TPOs. That doesn't include sort of management positions that would come with that much growth, and all the support positions in the back for administration and data analytics. But for a specific number, I can get that for you.
So do you mean, and you do you need the direction or subsequent motion for you to go back to do the deep digger and for all the information, including how many increase needed, how much money, and what the resources, what the staffing model could look like, and consider all the factors about this? Do you need that motion, or the work is already underway?
I think we have that information available for us. We have a fairly decent idea of where we'd go with it, but we would need some direction to actually take that and bring it back to council with numbers.
Okay, so I don't know if my colleagues, somebody working on this motion or not. If not, I would like to have some wording and to be drafted, and if you need direction. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So I want to circle back just to what we were last talking about. So it sounds like to me that because we still have paper products, we still have cash, that's what drives the need for attendance. Is that largely the case?
I think it's a big part of it. I know Eric's got experience with different cities.
Well, you know what, I
Okay,
just want to
sorry.
finish off. So if we're phasing out the paper products and the cash collection, you know, would we still need the attendance to that same degree or at all?
So on the cash, there's no plan to phase out cash collection. That was always kind of part of the idea of transitioning to ARC, that there would always still be cash. And we've seen that other systems that have a smart card system still collect cash through a fare box. And so transfers would still be needed. We also have that group, the 12 and under who ride fare free, who don't have an ARC card, and some other groups like that ride that don't have an ARC card. So it's a bit complicated.
It's not that cut and dried. Yeah, all right. Okay, so that was all, the last of my questions sort of on that safety side. Do we know with some degree of precision how many people ride the LRT every day? Like we talk about people counters and the like. Do we know?
So we estimate our ridership on the LRT, and then we do manual counts every month at certain stations to help validate our numbers. We don't have the same level of precision we do on the bus because we don't have automated passenger counters, but I'll maybe have Trevor jump in on the counts.
You betcha. So we do manual station counts every month, and we rotate around how often we do them. If I were to ballpark it right now, estimated in September, we're about 80,000 daily boardings.
Yeah, but my question was about precision. And so the answer is no, not with precision. We do a count at one station once a month.
And we've done research, but totally agree. We'd love to get automated passenger counters on the LRT, and they will be on the new train cars that come.
Do we have a sense of what that would cost?
We do have that figure somewhere.
Okay, you can relate it later,
we've
that's fine.
researched that.
Yeah. Is it thousands or millions or billions?
I do have that number. I just don't know it off the top of my head. It's in the millions, though. It's not cheap. So we'll follow up.
So there's a question of the value of that investment, I suppose. Yeah.
And when we have them on the new train cars, it'll be similar to what we have on the bus, where we don't have every single vehicle with a counter, but we'd have more than half of the fleet would have them, and then we could estimate the rest of the ridership.
Sure, yeah, you got a better database to estimate from or forecast from. Okay, so, because where I was going with that is if we know with precision how many people are riding, and then we know with precision how many people are paying, then we know what the evasion rate is. But we don't have a sense of the evasion rate. We've got a pre-COVID study that's been referred to a couple of times, but we have not talked about the value of that report, how, you know, what data that report sits on.
Yeah, and I think that's where we were trying to convey in the report, and maybe it wasn't clear enough. There's definitely a role in other cities. They use the gates to help with fare evasion, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, getting data, we have multiple different inputs. You're right, it's not all one source just saying, you know, here's the number. Between the inspections, between some of those other methods, we arrive at a figure in the same way that the auditor would have arrived at their figures.
Yeah,
but it's not perfect. I agree.
Yeah, and it's, for me, it's not reliable because I'm not trying to be overly critical or cast aspersions. I don't know what the value proposition is. Like, you know, if we needed some of the attendance but not all, and the capital cost, you know, was to do the downtown stations was in the, you know, $15 to $20 million mark, but we've got a fare evasion value of X, then you can begin to calculate that. But we don't have the data to actually calculate that, and we're relying on reports that we don't really know, you know, the process of which they arrived at those figures, and do they still apply? So there's a lot of data that's kind of missing here to make those presumptions.
Yeah, I think, you know, most cities are in the same boat. So we're using the randomized fare inspections and a decent enough sample size to draw conclusions.
Yeah.
And I totally hear you, and I think all of us struggle with that.
Well, and part of what is buzzing in the back of my brain is, you know, that locks are for honest people. Like if someone wants to get in my house or get in my car, they can get in my car, absolutely. If that is their end goal. If they're seeing if they can quickly get in my car, they check the locks, and if the car is locked, they move on to the next one. And I wonder how much of our evasion is simply because we're not enforcing, people just don't bother to pay. But if they were compelled, they would otherwise. And we don't know that.
Yeah, for sure. We've heard from riders, again, the presence of TPOs and TPOs asking.
Helps.
Word spreads. Like I hear
Yeah.
it from our bus operators, word spreads. And they want that randomized, be there physically checking, and riders talk and they know that they have to have that proof of payment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If I can jump into the queue here. So I wasn't on council at the time, but I believe it was Councillor Knack and Councillor Carmel. You would have been. It was, I think, last council or the one before who made the decision to renovate Stadium Station. That was you two? Yeah, okay. Or, sorry, the last council, is it 4 years or 8 years? Councillor Andrew Knack, also journeyman LRT
So
station repairman.
it was.
Was it 4 years or 8 years ago?
This is not according to process, but it was part of a COVID-related investment thing that came from the province that we identified as one of the projects we had invested in. It was roughly 57 million, Andrew? Yeah.
Okay, so very recently, in not the long time ago, but recently, we renovated Stadium Station. It is a completely open concept station. It's beautiful. My understanding from looking at older, recent data is that Stadium Station is actually quite safe. Am I correct there?
Yeah, it's unreal the difference, like pre and post. It's probably our best station in terms of lowest amount of disorder and crime. And I tell you, before the renovation, it was in the top, I don't know, top 5.
We
for
love
sure.
swimming at Clairview. We go there all the time, all
Yeah.
hours. That is a completely open concept station. How would we faregate it?
I think what you're touching on is some of what Trevor and team would do is do that station by station analysis, because they're all a little bit different. We have, as we've talked about before, a smorgasbord of different designs over the years. As we've added stations, there's not a consistent design. So we'd have to do that station level assessment, and I'll just see if he wants to add
Because I guess, sorry, if I may, I want to be mindful of our time here. This is I think a really important conversation we're all having, and I thank the mover for generating the report. Are we trying to solve fare evasion, or are we trying to solve perceptions of safety? Because if it's perceptions of safety, I feel way safer at Stadium Station now. I don't think fare gates would help. If it's fare evasion, how is it a parking person can go and give me a parking ticket without a TPO authority, and they can issue a parking ticket to my car, but can we have commissionaires check people's proof of payment? Can we just at the top of the escalator have a commissionaire and a TPO standing there?
So first part, what are we trying to address? I think the conversation was about all of those topics and how they may or may not relate. So we heard from some riders that it would help, fare gates might help perceptions of safety. We've also heard from some riders that say, please don't do fare gates, it's gonna close everything off.
What if we make people take off their shoes and go through a metal detector before getting on the train? Then we could have surety that no one has any sharp objects. Do you see what I'm going here?
For sure.
I'm being facetious, but there is a bit of this, at least online, a bit of this Trumpian
It's all
build
over
a
the
wall
place.
kind of mindset here. That's not I feel like we're trying to boil the ocean a bit right now with this report, and even the conversation today, we're going all over the map. We need more for TPOs. We need more for this. I'm leaning towards putting receipt of information on the floor, and I think we need to split this conversation probably 4 ways and get more information back about all of these different components.
I think that's fair, and what you're touching on, and what everybody's touched on, there's multiple levers that impact ridership decisions. There's multiple components within each of those levers, and that's what we're talking about. So when it comes to your question about fare inspections, part of this review David and I are doing, we could look at that. Again, what are the layers of authorities that each personnel layer has? Do we need to make some adjustments for a particular outcome? We can look at that idea of increasing the number of fare inspections through the use of commissionaires.
So I think in a humble attempt at sharing, we heard 4 sort of elements here. There's this question of TPO authorities. There's this question of fare inspections. There's this question of capital improvements and enhancements. And there's maybe a 4th element here. But if we receive information, what's the next checkpoint that we'll hear from administration on this topic? Because I really believe it's a to be continued on this broader topic of transit safety.
Yeah, so we do quarterly updates to council via memo. So we decided that we would, at the summer session, direction was provided from council to transition to the memo format. So you'll definitely have those updates. And then I think it's a matter of getting direction from you about what do you want us to dig into further? And then we can decide on the appropriate avenue for the follow-ups. If there's something really, really specific that you want us to dig into deeply, we need that direction.
So I've heard 3 times, I think fare evasion is on the agenda right now. So when would we be hearing about the fare evasion conversation?
Yeah, so right now we don't have an active motion. I don't know that there's any report follow-up on that piece. There's lots of work underway, but not necessarily a requirement to come back to council.
Look to my colleagues if they think that would be helpful or not, or if how we want to stick handle that. I guess the other question would be, I'm out of time. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks. Also, shout out to Stadium Station. Was there this morning, and the design is absolutely phenomenal, and in and of itself contributes to safety. So, just probably 2 more questions, maybe 3. On the 6.2% for fare evasion, how does that compare to other jurisdictions? Is that typical? Is that?
So unlike many of the statistics we often have for transit, this is actually one that's not very consistently reported. It doesn't have, because of some of the challenges Carrie mentioned earlier. So we've heard numbers ranging anywhere from 6% to 20% to, actually we've seen in the media, New York referenced to be 50%. So it is all over the map, but we think we're around the lower end of what we've heard in the media.
Okay. So 6 to 20% is what we're hearing from other places, and we're at 6.2. Okay, thank you. And then I just want to, I think Councillor Wright was getting to this in an earlier line of questioning, but I didn't quite hear an answer. Given our hybrid system, if we were to move forward with fare gates, is there, I guess, how real is the risk that we're just displacing some of those issues or challenges to other stations or other parts of our transit network?
Yeah, I think the report tried to outline that that would be some of what we want to measure through a pilot. So that displacement idea of people knowing, oh, okay, so it's 2 of the 43 stations that have this. I'm going to avoid those 2 and go over to a different station if I want to not pay my fare. And then back to the point of multiple layers, if TPOs are actively deployed, actively checking, you're also, it's a risk calculation from those riders if they're going to encounter the TPO.
Okay, and then last question, really appreciated your answer from my previous round that there are actually normal and valid reasons that you might see someone not tapping on our system. Can you elaborate on that? Like, because that, quite frankly, that was, I didn't make that connection, and I don't think some Edmontonians are. So I would love to be able to communicate that back.
Yeah, I'll just say that I also wasn't making that connection until about a month ago because I was very frustrated. I've been using LRT lately a bit more and feeling frustrated, and it was Sarah who educated me, so I'll let her respond.
So here, I will educate, I suppose. So under ARC, we have a number of different types of products, and we of course have the pay-as-you-go model where you need to tap to pay your fare. But there's a number of programs that aren't a pay-as-you-go model. So UPass, for example, students pay that with their through their tuition at the beginning of the semester. Also, the passes we provide to you through the school boards are also we call period passes. So it's like a monthly pass is paid. So while we do want all riders to tap, and we have campaign, actively out in the market reminding riders to tap, we don't actually need some of those groups to tap in order for us to receive the revenue from them.
Okay, I appreciate you explaining that.
Can we just say we want them to tap, though, so we get their trip info to help our planners?
Yes, absolutely. People should be tapping, but if Edmontonians who are using transit see folks who might not be, it's possible that they're part of those types of fare products. Okay, that's wonderful to hear. Really appreciate the clarity, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
I don't have any questions. I think I appreciate your summary, but I think we need some time to work on what motions would look like. I know the mayor has one. I know the original mover might want to think about motions. So seeing that we're done questions, I'm ready to requisition this up to council. So we've got some time to go work on what those motions might look like with.
Point of order.
Who is that?
Councilor Rutherford, I'm not sure if Councilor Knack saw them. The motions are prepared by the mayor's office and in our inbox.
Yeah, I saw that, and sorry, I saw that one, but I think there's some other ones that the original mover still might want to move on. So I just think instead of trying to craft it on the fly, I think we need a little time. So I will say the word requisition. We'll see if there's someone else that says it.
Requisition.
Yep. Okay. So I hear requisition from Councilor Knack and from Councilor Rice. Can I just look to the clerk? If this item is requisition, what is the next step?
So the next step is the discussion of this item at committee is done. It'll go up to the next council meeting for further discussion.
And it does not carry a recommendation. It just continues the discussion.
It goes to council without a recommendation.
And then there's an option for any councillor to craft or work on subsequents. Okay, well, with that, I will thank you so much to administration for pulling this together. This is a really important and comprehensive discussion, and thank you to the mover for initiating this. And yeah, we will move on to our next item. Clerk, could you confirm that would be item 7.4?
Item 7.4 is our next item.
Item 7.4, and I believe we have a delegation from administration. Excellent. We'll just recess for 1 minute as we set up the room. Administration, are we?
Yeah, I think we
Please begin.
I think we're ready to go. Okay, right on. Good morning again. I am still Craig McEwen, acting in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. So with me today we have Paul Schmold, who is our Manager of Paratransit with ETS, along with Carrie Houghton McDonald and Brandon Dick, who is our legal counsel as well. So we're here today with a report that follows up on a motion which was to explore options for improving the DATS rider experience. So our team's done quite a bit of analysis and outlined a number of options for council. And we'll pass it over to Paul here to walk through the details of the presentation.
Thank you. So yeah, we're here to present on some potential options for improving the rider experience for DATS. So we'll just go to the background slide here. So just an overview of DATS. So DATS is the paratransit service for Edmonton Transit Service. That's simply an accommodated service for people with disabilities who are not able to use conventional bus or LRT service. So we do a variety of things to make the conventional transit system as accessible as possible. And then the DAT service is there for people that might need a little bit of extra help. So that means we provide door-to-door city anywhere within the city of Edmonton limits. There's no fixed stops, no fixed routes. It's all variable depending on where people need to travel to and from. And the nature of the service is primarily booked in advance of the day of service. That allows us to carefully schedule shared ride service to make sure we're meeting pickup and times across the city, accommodating a variety of needs and abilities. Our drivers are carefully trained to provide additional service, so that can include assistance to and from vehicles and facilities, as well as helping with any securement of mobility aids as needed. And the DAT service is funded to meet specific targets. Specifically, that would be our on-time performance target of 90%, which means our vehicles are arriving within the 30-minute pickup window. So, for example, if you have a 9 o'clock appointment, a 30-minute pickup window would mean you're ready to travel between 9 and 9:30. And we're also funded to meet a 98% trip accommodation rate, which means 98% of all requested paratransit trips are able to be accommodated within 1 hour of the desired pickup time. We have been able, with recent service model enhancements, to allow for 100% trip accommodation for those pre-booked trips in advance of service. So currently, the only unaccommodated trips that we have would be trips that are requested on the day of service. And we've completed several enhancements to our service over the last several years. There was a program service review conducted in 2019 that had several recommendations. So we do have an attachment to the report that goes over those in quite a bit of detail, but you know, at a high level, we're talking about some improved flexibility of our service model, more ability to change to swings in demand, whether that's seasonal or daily, which allows us to ensure service standards and reliability in a cost-effective manner. We've also made a number of enhancements to customer tools to give them better information about pickup times. So whether that's automated texts or calls that they can get to remind them of their rides or to check on the status of estimated arrival times. We've also been, enhancing the way we do our trip scheduling, so a lot more automation, use of technology and things like that. We continue to explore other opportunities to improve service, and in this report, we've presented a few different categories, 3 broad categories of where there are additional opportunities to improve service, and these are outlined on the next slide. So one opportunity that can be explored would be looking at expansion of the service hours for paratransit service. So currently, our service operates, depending on the day of the week, kind of between 6 and 7 and 11 to midnight. We've got later hours on weekends, but yeah, we're looking at that as a general hours of service. And we determine those hours kind of based on demand for the service. So we do see a dip in demand in the later evenings and earlier mornings. However, in terms of benefits to some users, there could be definite benefits for having expanded service hours. So for example, if you have a later appointment or engagement and for whatever reason you're tied up or just want to stay out later, there's obviously that benefit. In terms of expanding hours in the mornings, we project there would be benefits just to allow people to travel a little bit earlier, and that could actually take pressure off subsequent service delivery, and potentially improve on-time performance downstream of those trips as well as providing just more flexible options for users. Another option for potentially expanding service hours would be to look at providing some sort of subsidized taxi service that could be provided outside of service hours. So taxi service is typically 24 hours, so it gives just a few different options. Some paratransit agencies offer their users some form of limited subsidized service, so whether that's covering a portion of private taxi subsidies, that could be one option. We'll note that with any taxi subsidy program, one consideration is equity, which is something we consider very carefully. So there's limitations in the supply currently of wheelchair accessible taxis. So for those folks that rely on accessible vehicles to accommodate things like wheelchairs, that could be a challenge. The second option that we'll outline in terms of service improvements here would be just more spontaneous opportunities to travel for service. So again, due to the scheduling nature and the mandate of our service, a lot of the core service is booked in advance. So typically at least a day in advance of the service. We do offer same-day trips if where possible. Typically, it's to help make sure our service is efficient. It fills in for cancellations of trips, which we think is important. But right now, we're kind of between 30 and 35% of those same-day trips that we are able to accommodate. So with additional on-road resources available to us, we could set aside some availability to increase that same-day service. From a user's perspective, again, it's public transit. It's one of the drawbacks of paratransit is you kind of need to be scheduling things more in advance, providing more ability to book your service on the day of service. Just gives you a bit more spontaneity. We understand plans change. You're not always able to plan things in advance, so definite benefit to riders with having more opportunities to have same-day trips. And then finally, another item that we'll bring forward, and this was visited a few years back in a previous council report, but it's looking at the DATS pickup window. Currently, we have a 30-minute pickup window, which is within the range for paratransit industry. Typically, paratransit agencies have somewhere between a 20 and a 30-minute pickup window. So, again, that would be the time of where riders are required to be available for their trip. So the vehicle would be expected to arrive within that window because it is that shared ride service. So again, from a rider's perspective, having a shorter pickup window would just, reduce the overall time of the DATS experience and just reduce that overall time that you'd be expected to be available. I'll speak to some upcoming and ongoing improvements that we're also implementing. So one that's quite imminent that we're quite excited about is an upgrade to our online booking platform for DATS riders. So we've offered on the ability to book both through our call center, book trips, but also on our online booking platform. It's been in place for a number of years, but it is undergoing an upgrade. It'll be a lot more user-friendly, a lot more mobile-friendly. It'll have easier open address entry and ability to look at your trip history. It'll have the ability to book subscription trips. It'll have a lot more real-time trip information, so you can kind of see your estimated arrival times kind of in that platform, which again, this will put us more in line with expectations of modern technology and providing more information and tools for users. And once that's rolled out, we're also looking to roll out appointment times, which is the last kind of item that was identified in our major program service enhancement plan. So this would allow people to better schedule their DAT service to make sure they're making it to appointments on time. So basically right now trips are booked on a desired pickup time, and then we help users, riders, determine how much time they'll need to try to make it on time. With appointment times, they'll be able to just select, I need to be at my destination at a certain time, and then our system will schedule a pickup time for them, and that'll be our targeted drop-off time. The other thing we're working on that poses several opportunities is technical integration of our dispatch, our DATS dispatch system with those of our taxi partners. So we do have contracts with all 3 major taxi companies in the city of Edmonton currently. So we do use some of those taxis in DAT service. It's not private taxi service, it's but using some of those drivers who are trained specifically to do paratransit to call them in and out of service. So integrating our dispatch services will just provide us with more flexibility to respond to those types of things, give us more same-day options, help us respond to, days where our service might be running late for a variety of reasons. Could also open up opportunities if we wanted to explore automated streamlined processes for offering like a taxi subsidy program for DATS users. There's potential there. And then we've also been working closely with our colleagues over in Vehicle for Hire to look at opportunities to potentially have more oversight over the taxi companies, especially with accessible taxis, because we do know that is currently a challenge in terms of availability. So those are the options that we've identified at this time for some potential service enhancements, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor to questions of administration from my colleagues. Councilor Wright.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the information. And Paul, you being here also reminded me that one of the people that don't swipe an ARC card on our transit system is those with a CNIB card, right? Okay. I should have brought that up in the last item. So I'm just wondering, what percentage of those contract services are used in the overall DATS service?
Sorry, just to clarify, are you talking about like how many of our DATS trips are provided through contracted service?
Yes, please. Yeah.
It's roughly half.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, sorry, Carrie?
Yeah, can I just add quickly, we have constraints with our in-house delivery because we have a fixed number of buses. With the new garage, we're looking at adding capacity to add more DATS vehicles. We could hire more DATS operators and do more in-house service once we have access to that growth.
Okay, and I was wondering if that was because of the fleet. So we've got more room for those buses, but do we have money for those new buses?
So the garage should open, knock on wood, mid-cycle in the next 4-year budget. So I think navigating the Canada Public Transit Fund, navigating the next 4-year budget process with council, most likely we will table some scenarios for consideration to add the service hours and the buses because we'll have access to that garage.
Okay, perfect. And so that'll be in 2027?
Yeah, so the next 4-year cycle would be the 27 to 30, and it would be debated in the fall of 2026.
Okay. So you're already sort of in preparation mode for putting something together and coming to council?
Yeah, I think that it's fair to say it's on our list for capital needs. And again, the Canada Public Transit Fund, I think we could hopefully leverage some of that funding to help with the bus purchases. But we know we have increasing trip demand, increasing trip volume. There's going to be more needs as the city grows. We haven't grown DATS in a long time. We've had to rely on the contracted side to help. So yes, it's our recommendation that we'd advance that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then, I mean, it's great to see the customer service scores up so high and that people are seeing the value in the DATS. I'm just wondering, we've talked a lot about the Ride Transit Pass for lower income individuals with standard transit. Have we ever looked at something like that for DATS so that those with higher incomes pay a bit more for the service they're getting?
Yes, so we have the exact same fares for DATS as we do for all of conventional transit. Again, it's an accommodated service, so there's equity in terms of the fares people pay for the service. So any DATS user that would be eligible for, say, the Ride Transit Pass would be eligible for that, and those that would not would typically pay a higher fare, such as the regular adult fare.
Okay, and they're restricted, or not restricted, but then there's a limit on what their monthly pass usage would be. Once they hit a certain point, they wouldn't be
Yeah, it's
charged.
an
Exactly.
exactly integrated fare system. All the same fare caps apply regardless of the type of service you're using with us.
Okay, all right. I was just seeing if there was anything else. I was considering, and with, along with Councillor Tang, who's also on the Accessibility Advisory Committee with me, we're considering a motion to do an unfunded service package for next budget cycle, but like I said, I don't think that's necessary if you're already planning on it.
In terms of adding in-house service, is that what you're talking about?
Adding the in-house service, and also, whoops, sorry, I'm just going to go back to Councillor Tang's chat here as well. Just any additional funds for paratransit.
Yeah, it's on our radar, it's on our capital list, and we can tie it back to this report if that's helpful.
Okay.
When we submit the service package.
Okay, that would be great then. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks so much for the presentation and all the ongoing work that's going to improve this service. Great to see the successes that are already happening. And just want to understand a little bit more about how we can continue to build on those. One maybe just quick question of clarification in attachment 2. There's some information that sort of, for example, anticipated in Q4 2023 that's allowing DATS riders to book trips based on appointment times. So that was expected in Q4 of 2023. Has that now come to pass? Is that now available?
That was had to be deferred until some of the other technical upgrades were in place. So that should be we're expecting made available by the end of this year.
Okay, great. But it's still like all the resources needed to do that are in place.
Yeah, we're planning to roll that out in conjunction with our online booking platform upgrade.
Okay, excellent. That's great to hear. Clarification, or just hoping to understand a bit more about shortening the pickup window from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. So again, still, it's all very high approval ratings, but that does seem to be one area that sort of has the lowest user satisfaction. So tell me why there are additional operating costs to go to the 30-minute window, or sorry, 20-minute.
Yeah, great question. So ultimately, it's just a matter of the resources on the road to improve the accuracy of like when those vehicles would arrive. So all other things being equal, having a larger pickup window gives us a bit more flexibility on how trips are scheduled. So if we're targeting a shorter pickup window, typically you would need more vehicles and drivers to just ensure we are making those pickups while adhering to our 90% on-time performance target. We could shorten the window with the current level of resources, but I think the flip side of that would be a decline in on-time performance, so you wouldn't really necessarily see the benefit unless we had more resources to be able to meet those targets.
Sorry, Councillor, I think you're on...
Councillor Stevenson, I think you're muted.
I'm so sorry. So do we have stats in terms of how often DATS is arriving sort of at the most extreme, like in the last 10 minutes of that window, or do we not have that type of data?
Yeah, we would have that. I don't have it readily available. I can speak to kind of the overall arrival arrival within that window, which would be, I mean, we're typically around 92% meeting or exceeding our 90% target. But we could dig out, and we do track kind of where within that window we are making our pickups. I would say that more of our pickups tend to be earlier within the window. We do often have drivers that might arrive at a destination earlier, so that would be more common, likely than arriving later within the window.
Okay. All right, I'll reflect on that a bit further. And then just in terms of some of the other, and apologies if I've sort of missed how this is being captured. So sort of the same day trips. So it sounds like right now there is accommodation of about 30 to 35%. Are people able to make same day adjustments to their scheduled pickup times or scheduled trips?
Yeah, they can request adjustments. So, for example, if they're ready early, they can call in to see if that can be accommodated. So, again, adjustments to pre-scheduled trips would be handled in the same manner as a same-day trip request. Like we accommodate that where it's possible.
Okay, and that has the same, like, the adjustment falls within the 30 to 35%?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. So I think I just want to clarify my understanding on the budget, the financial implications. My understanding from this report is that you will need some direction to further explore the service options outlined in this report for future either budget adjustment or budget conversations.
Yeah, I
Can
think
you-
in general, Councillor, like getting your feedback from committee about are there options in here you're interested in us pursuing further? We haven't done, a detailed costing. We would want to take that away and do a detailed kind of review. The only element I think that we already have on our radar is, again, that DATS service growth opportunity with the new garage. That's the one that is on our list for the Canada Public Transit Fund.
Yeah, I mean, even if not for this year, so, but I think for overall, I would like to see that analysis of the costing and what does it take. I think we've had a few service, whether it's vehicle for hire or whether it's for paratransit. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think it does take some resource, and I certainly would, just ask committee to consider that, even if it's for a future budget conversation. I think in the report it says that people will be able to kind of have real-time notification of when their service is coming. Is this, but it's through phone or text, it's not like on demand where you can kind of follow where the bus is. Is that right?
That's a great question. So currently we do offer the interactive voice response or IVR services. So that's where you can access that information by automated phone call or text. With our imminent upgrade of our online booking tool, that information will be available on that platform as well. So you'll get more of that type of real-time information on the status of your estimated pickup time.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then I was curious about kind of the stakeholder group for this. So there is the DATS Rider Satisfaction Survey and the DATS Advisory Group. The DATS Advisory Group connects with administration, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So the DATS Advisory Group comprises of both DATS users and agencies that rely on our services, and they provide input to administration.
So did you have a chance to present or connect with ETSAB or the Accessibility Advisory Committee, who actually has an ETSAB representative on that committee specifically to talk about transit needs within the accessibility community?
Yeah, our primary engagement was with the DATS Advisory Group for this report and these initiatives. However, we do have, periodically, we have presented to both EDSAB and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and that's something we'd be more than happy to do.
Yeah, I mean, just being part of the AAC, I was actually a little surprised that there was no conversation. I know that this is a very engaged group, and they in fact have a letter, voting a letter of support in support of some of the options here, and I think they will be very interested in that conversation. So I just want to note that.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, that's good feedback. We had prioritized the previous report, and because they had similar timelines, we were engaging all of those groups for their feedback, but totally hear the feedback, and we can do that follow-up.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for this presentation and the report.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, would you move receipt of information?
Yes, I will move that the September 17th, 2024 City Operations Report C00232 be received for information.
Excellent, thank you. Any councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I just very briefly wanted to take a moment to thank the team for the excellent work that's happening in this space. I know we're not providing any direction right now to pursue any of the further options, but what really stands out to me is some of the improvements that are already in motion and that will be rolling out soon. Really excited to see those online booking opportunities and hope that continues to improve the experience for users. It's great seeing how that service has evolved and continue to support DATS riders in recent years, and particularly in our next budget cycle. Great to hear the additional opportunities to further strengthen those services. So thank you again so much for the team for your work on this, and look forward to what comes next. Thank you.
Councillor Wright to close.
Nothing further.
Please call the vote.
Just missing one vote.
It's loading. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you to all delegations and guests this morning. We will reconvene at 1:30 on item 7.5. Thank you.
We are live from chambers.
Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order with a roll call. First committee members, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi is not with us. Other councillors joining the meeting, if you could signify. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And any others?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang. All right, thank you for joining. So we are now on item 7.5, and we have two speakers of the public, or actually a few speakers from the public. I would invite the speakers to join if they are in person. We have the clerk can help you get seated at the side, or we can have you join remotely. The first speaker was Kyle Scholl remotely. Kyle, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep. Please begin. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry. We have a presentation from administration. Sorry about that. Administration, if you would begin, please, and then we'll go to speakers. Thanks.
Of course. Good afternoon, members of committee. We're here today to present a report about one of our city's most cherished and iconic features, the River Valley and Ravine System. For the past 4 years, administration has been talking with Edmontonians about this beloved space, the jewel of our city. We have heard a diversity of perspectives with regard to how the River Valley should be planned and managed, including a desire to see it remain as undeveloped as possible, with ecological protection and restoration prioritized above all else, as well as an interest in enhanced access, recreation, and cultural opportunities that respect the natural character of the River Valley. The planning guidance on the River Valley, although having served us well for many decades, was dated and needed to be updated to better reflect our understanding of ecology, climate change, Indigenous reconciliation, what Edmontonians need and want to see in the River Valley, and evolving planning and management practices and processes. The River Valley Planning Modernization Project consists of 2 streams of work: completion of the Ribbon of Green Strategic Plan and renewal of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, also sometimes referred to as the River Valley Bylaw. We're thankful to the thousands of Edmontonians who shared their perspectives with us and the many stakeholder groups who further invested their time to provide detailed input. With me today to present an overview of the 2 final phases of this project and next steps are Kent Snyder, Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, and Agnieszka Katswana, Senior Planner with Planning and Environment Services, and Haweda Hassan, Director of Planning and Environment Services. I'll now pass it to Kent to provide additional context for this work.
Thank you. The city plan identifies the River Valley and Ravine System as the backbone of Edmonton's Green and Blue Network, our system of open spaces. It is a highly valued ecological, recreational, and active transportation corridor, a place of cultural significance, a community gathering place, and a draw for visitors to our city from across the region and beyond. Today, the River Valley and Ravine System supports an Edmonton metro region population of approximately 1.6 million. As our city and region grows, so does the desire for access and recreation in the River Valley. At the same time, we need to understand and address the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss and urban development. Protecting the natural environment of the River Valley helps us achieve multiple city plan goals and objectives through nature-based solutions. For example, protecting wildlife habitat and biodiversity, we also protect the vegetation and soils that sequester carbon. And by protecting important ecological areas near shorelines, we improve flood management and resiliency. This work will create an integrated planning and regulatory framework to ensure that our River Valley remains a vibrant and ecologically resilient network as the city grows. I'll now pass the presentation to Agnieszka.
Thank you, Kent. 2 plans are being renewed through this work. The Ribbon of Green is the strategic plan for the River Valley. It provides high-level planning guidance for protection, access, and use. It contains system-wide direction about how the city will protect and activate the River Valley, as well as guidance for programming, amenities, and ecological restoration in different parts of the system. The second plan being renewed is the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. It is our statutory plan for the River Valley, a legally binding document that provides the rules that guide decisions about proposed development. These plans were initially approved in the 1980s and 90s. The planning context has evolved considerably in the last 40 years, and the existing plans no longer reflect the current state of the system or help us navigate today's challenges and opportunities. As part of the renewal of these two plans, we've taken the opportunity to align their goals and purpose, bring their content in line with both current processes and best practices, and better prepare for the future as the city grows to 2 million people. In phases 3 and 4 of the project, can I get the slides advanced, please? I believe. Thank you. In phases 3 and 4 of the project, our work on the Ribbon of Green focused on refining and finalizing the system-wide and site-specific direction developed in previous phases of the project. This included final refinement of the strategy-level policy direction that will guide planning and management across the River Valley system, the land management classification, or LMC framework and maps. The LMCs identify areas of the River Valley that are most environmentally sensitive and suitable for only a narrow range of activities and infrastructure types, as well as areas that are less sensitive and can accommodate higher levels of use and park development. Finally, we refined maps that provide spatial guidance for ecological restoration, recreational and cultural programming, and facilities and amenities to support access to and enjoyment of the system. Our work on the ARP focused on updating the land use concept and policies and updating decision-making processes, including how developments are assessed and approved, to better reflect evolving city practices and address gaps in existing processes and procedures. If we could just advance the slides, I think one or two more. Next slide, please. Thank you. Key proposed updates to the River Valley ARP include the following. The ARP now points to the Ribbon of Green for detailed planning direction for public open space, setting the expectation that policies and mapping in the Ribbon of Green will be incorporated into future land use proposals and assessments. We confirmed the land use concept for the River Valley, which differentiates between areas set aside for open space use, representing the majority of the system, and limited residential, public utility, and commercial uses. We updated land use policies to now include clear limits on uses that are most likely to result in adverse impacts to the River Valley. The draft ARP prohibits natural resource extraction and prohibits or discourages development for purposes other than open space uses, cultural heritage, and environmental protection in the majority of the plan area. It also discourages new or expanded intensive open space facilities, intensive utility and infrastructure, and intensive transportation infrastructure outside of the residential communities of Cloverdale and Rossdale. And we've updated guidance related to how potential development and infrastructure in the River Valley are to be assessed and approved, including City Council approval requirements for higher impact development. This includes intensive uses as noted above, or any other development resulting in permanent adverse impacts as determined through assessment by the city's ecological planners. Next slide, please. Recognizing how important these lands are to many Indigenous nations and communities with historical and cultural connections to this place, administration has been exploring opportunities to strengthen Indigenous participation in River Valley planning and management. Through Indigenous engagement, we've heard interest in exploring different types of co-governance, co-stewardship, and co-management models, and in more Indigenous-led or co-created programming in the River Valley. Further work is needed to explore these options. Ongoing dialogue and relationship building with Indigenous nations and communities will be essential, as will understanding communities' capacity needs to meaningfully engage and participate. Next slide, please. In phases 3 and 4, we engaged with more than 5,600 people through online surveys and interactive maps, workshops, pop-up engagement sessions, and stakeholder meetings. To help address barriers to participation that some communities may face, the project team worked with community agencies to organize pop-up sessions to engage community members from previously underrepresented groups, including people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, newcomers, seniors, and LGBTQ2S+ youth. Additionally, pop-ups were held in popular River Valley parks and at large-scale community events, including a National Indigenous Peoples Day event at Borden Park. We received lots of excellent feedback on both plans. On the Ribbon of Green, we heard about the importance of protecting the river valley for current and future generations, the need to provide access and opportunities for enjoyment of the river valley in a way that does not compromise its ecological integrity, the importance of diverse, well-connected, and safe trail and river experiences, a desire for equitable river valley access for all ages and abilities, and some interest in appropriately scaled and situated commercial opportunities. On the River Valley ARP, we heard support for restrictions on high-impact development, a desire for clear and transparent decision-making processes, interest in the details of how ARP policies will be implemented, a desire for more specific and comprehensive policies related to public and Indigenous engagement requirements, and a desire from some for more restrictive and less discretionary policy approaches. Through Indigenous engagement, we heard a desire from participants to include Indigenous perspectives and knowledge in planning and decisions, give space for sacred practices of ceremony and protocol in planning and decision-making processes, and protect the river valley, creating places for ceremony, cultural activities, intergenerational learning, and reconnection with river valley lands. All of this engagement input has been reviewed and is being considered by the project team as we refine and finalize the two plans. Next slide, please. As part of next steps in this work, administration will refine and finalize the plans based on engagement input and ongoing internal dialogue, and prepare for a December public hearing, bringing forward for Council's consideration a final River Valley ARP for approval and a final Ribbon of Green plan for information. The Ribbon of Green plan contains a number of actions for the city to take to plan and manage the river valley into the future, ranging from operational planning to capital program delivery. The work ahead of us that's needed to deliver the long-term vision of the Ribbon of Green is described in the draft River Valley Planning Modernization Action Plan. Administration will continue to refine this draft action plan and associated resourcing requirements over the coming months and years in preparation for the 2027 budget cycle. The Ribbon of Green and River Valley ARP lay the foundation for the important work that will follow as resources are available, including a long-term capital program, including operating impacts, to prioritize and fund the site-specific plans, designs, and studies identified in the Ribbon of Green, corporate rollout and implementation across a number of business areas, new or updated technical guidelines and standards, plan administration, including zoning review and, if needed, updates to other related plans such as district plans, a detailed River Valley Trail strategy, a framework to monitor our progress in delivering Ribbon of Green strategic direction, and a comprehensive management and monitoring framework and state of the River Valley reporting to support our understanding of the condition of the system, including ecological health, recreational use, and equity measures. All of this work will help to support the long-term ecological protection and management of the River Valley and Ravine system and ensure that we can continue to enjoy the unique and profound experiences it offers us. Thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Now we'll go to speakers of the public. Speakers from the public, pardon me. The first speaker is guest Kyle Scholl.
Hello again, Mr. Chair.
Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I don't intend to take 5 minutes, and I apologize, didn't mean to jump the queue either. Yeah, I just have a couple of quick points that I wanted to flag to committee's attention. I am speaking from a position of support. Certainly, we were really pleased last week to unveil at Métis Crossing a pair of commemorative plaques honoring the entire North Saskatchewan River system as a Canadian Heritage River, and actually had the lovely opportunity of meeting Councillor Stevenson's parents for the first time. So that was really lovely of them to spend some time to come out and participate in that special day. I wanted to flag to committee's awareness the late circulated joint letter, both co-signed from the Edmonton Historical Board as well as Edmonton Heritage Council. That letter speaks to some of the reasons why both groups see merit in proceeding with this process and updating of these plans. You know, I think the what's proposed and what's been worked on for so many months and years by staff and the team updates, strengthens, and reinforces the spirit and intent of the original documents to keep up with the growing needs of a growing city. So congratulations to everybody who's had a line of sight or had a role to play in the body of work that's before you this afternoon. Certainly very, as with all things, the success will be measured in the veracity of the implementation, which comes next. And so although this is important, the work actually is just going to be getting started. So that's the problem with successful work, is it leads to more work. Perhaps most of all, very excited to support and encourage funding of Phase 2 for the River Valley Alliance and the implementation of the plan of action. Finally, just to acknowledge that this river is the thread that binds the land and its people together. And I may not be able to stick around for very long. I'm in and out of other meetings, but once again, happy to see this moving forward and excited to see it hopefully go to public hearing. I think it's ready for public hearing, and ultimately it will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is guest Linda Duncan.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Council for agreeing to hear some comments. And we noted that we had to register either for or against, and you couldn't make any suggestions for improvement unless you said you're against. But I just want to be clear, I am in favor of a strengthened bylaw, and we really commend the administration for the incredible job that they've done working on this, and particularly in the intensive consultation, was, we feel, really worthwhile. We are, of course, the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, are very pleased that provides is that the city must ensure protection and enhancement of the river valley and ravines, and will continue to play key roles in environmental protection, open space, culture, and recreation, and that the city policy imposes a mandatory obligation to promote conservation and restoration of the natural systems to improve ecological connectivity, reduce habitat fragmentation, and that there's a mandatory duty, which was also in the current bylaw and in the city policy, that the city is to take action to maintain and invest in regionally significant ecological connectivity by acquiring lands. What we would add to that is we hope to see in the near future commitment to that, and actually seeking some of those lands to add to the inventory. We have previously suggested to councillors that there are two key issues to have in the back of your mind when you're reviewing these drafts. One is, does the draft ARP deliver increased protection of and improved access to nature in the river valley and ravines? Secondly, does the draft ARP or bylaw ensure rights and opportunities for Indigenous peoples and the public to constructively share their voices on decisions about the river valley and ravines? A couple of concerns in that first matter about does it provide increased protection. Some concern that for example, for new or expanded transportation corridors, the draft ARP appears weaker than the current bylaw. And that while the current bylaw requires that any new or expanded transportation corridors must first be deemed essential by council, the draft merely suggests that they're to be discouraged. So the transportation master plan seems to be prevailing over the River Valley bylaw, and we object to that if we're to have long-term protection. Secondly, regarding proposed commercial developments, existing bylaw requires that they can be compatible, and yet the draft merely says that they should be discouraged unless accessory. So we would suggest that you take a look at the wording there and to give the reassurance that in fact we're moving forward towards greater protection. Thirdly, on the expansion of utilities in the valley, the draft bylaw merely discourages, and it doesn't provide that the River Valley bylaw will prevail, that, you know, that we should bend over backwards to make sure that those developments have to go into the River Valley. On the duty of environmental assessment, my colleague Dennis Thomas will speak to that in greater detail. there's continued statement that the development planners have the decision on approving developments, but they have the discretion to consult departments responsible for River Valley's strategic planning. However, if a strategic assessment is done, the River Valley staff must review and approve, and council, in turn, for a major proposal, must approve it. What we're recommending is there should be guidelines for the level of environmental assessment or risk-benefit assessment for developments in the valley. Sometimes a small little project, if you consult with the local community league, you can get a better choice. But if you have a big proposal, you know, like the gondola, like solar in the River Valley and so forth, we feel very strongly that the law should be clear that there must be environmental assessment and that we must have upfront notice of a proposed development and the opportunity to comment even on the terms of reference for that assessment. Right now, the draft bylaw does not make any such proposal. We'd really like to see that strengthened. On the factor of ensuring the voices of Indigenous peoples and the public are considered, the draft merely provides process for public engagement must comply with the city policy 20,000 and current engagement policy. And the city policy says decisions on the River Valley ravines shall be collaborative with Indigenous peoples and community groups. Now, we note that the administration in presenting gives the feeling that, in fact, there's going to be this collaboration. What we're recommending is that that should be clear in the bylaw, that, in fact, we know how much the public cares for the River Valley, and there should be clear opportunities to have notice of proposed developments and moving forward. I think my time is up.
Yes, thank you. Next is guest Denny Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, of which I'm a board member. And I'll start by just one point. It's I suppose, a process point. In the material that formed part of the package coming to this committee, the actual draft bylaw, the River Valley ARP, is not included. And actually, that is a document that we did spend the summer commenting on to some members of the administration. So actually, what I'm going to ask, the material you've got doesn't yet incorporate the feedback from the Phase 4 engagement. And while this is somewhat technical, it's important that actually those of us who took the time to become engaged in commenting see the results of those comments. So what I'm going to ask is this committee hold another session once the bylaw is incorporating, and the ribbon of green, once they incorporate this commentary, because this is a better place to have a discussion with council than ending up in a very long public hearing, such as you suffered through and everybody else suffered through on the district plans. So that's just a request that please bring this back to this committee once that further refining work has been done. Just a couple of other points. On the modernized ARP bylaw, my submission is that it should be a standalone, self-contained bylaw. It should not be related to or subservient to the district plans. There's a clear legal basis for the ARPs. They've been around in one form or another for 50 years, and there's no doubt that there's a legal basis for area redevelopment plan bylaws. I must say that that's not entirely clear in respect to district plans. That's a new animal, and there are a number of lawyers who think the district plan bylaws may not be entirely legal. We're not taking the position they are illegal. We're just saying make sure that the ARP stands alone and is not made subservient to other bylaws such as district plans and the master transportation plan. The other point, and my friend and colleague Linda Duncan raised this, and this is we feel that this ARP bylaw, the new one, should have a more robust impact assessment or environmental impact assessment process. And I had provided to the clerk an outline of this process. If the clerk could put that up on the screen or on your screens, you've got it. I did a handout as well. I won't go into it. It's quite technical, but it's actually an add-on to the existing bylaw or the proposed bylaw. And what's different about it is that it provides for an expert review, a review by an expert panel. And the expert panel would refine the scope of the project and the scope of the environmental or impact assessment. The thinking behind this is there are many people with a lot of expertise out there in Edmonton, and this is a way of drawing in their expertise to comment on aspects of major projects. We're not talking about lower level projects, but projects such as Horlock Park, for example, if it had been, in my view, if it had been put through a more rigorous, robust assessment, would have ended up being a better project. And the reason for that is council would have had a broader suite of information on which to make decisions. So that's I think Linda and I both have had a lot of experience with very sophisticated impact assessments, and I think that would be an excellent addition to the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, guest Thomas. Next guest is Raquel Farreau.
Okay, thank you, Urban Planning Committee. Speaking as an individual, wildlife biologists tell us about the richness and many ecosystem services provided this region by the Beaver Hills Biosphere lands and the North Saskatchewan River, which feeds the whole area. They explain how our area maintains its genetic and functional richness by connecting to the Rocky Mountains via our river valley. Animal and plant life migrate along the river. The valley acts like a sponge, working along with the prairie pothole region in the biosphere to hold and clean our region's water systems. Dr. Agarwal's postdoc, Nilishu Wella Gadara, has explained to us how our valley and ravine system cools the city and circulates that cool air, significantly cooling it for a kilometer around the valley and its ravine systems. The south side being cooler than the north because the ravines are more intact and have been better preserved. Our valley works hard for all of us in a very cost-effective way, but in order to do this, it must remain functional. Functional as a wildlife corridor and functional as a cost-efficient reservoir for nature-based solutions. So to ensure we can respectfully access the many health benefits of our valley, we must focus on functional integrity and restoration. And that must be clear to all decision makers. So we really need the regions to understand that the region's ecologists tell us that the North Saskatchewan River through the city is a weak link and a risk to our area and its ongoing ecologic functionality. So they would caution us that we need strong policy to reverse the net loss trend we're currently facing, and that we have a clear net gain policy for our valley. So I want council today, through discussion, to make it clear to administration that we are seeking a net gain policy for our valley, along with proper funding and a clear implementation plan. So I'm not clear if the ribbon of green is to come back to council for approval with an advertised public hearing. Can you ask them? And I think we need more time for First Nations input and Treaty 6 First Nations rights holders and all of us to consider a concrete version of this great body of work with our comments to date incorporated, as Denny Thomas has said. So as for the bylaw, Currently, I agree with Linda Duncan that it's too open for interpretation. The shoulds are more numerous than the shalls. And I would like Urban Planning Committee to provide direction to administration that the draft bylaw not return to council for approval until these three things are addressed. So one, that there be another round of public consultation, including Treaty 6 rights holders, and that two, council make clear that they want to provide assurance of better ecologic functioning via stronger language and direction and implementation plans. So I would like council to let administration know they desire less ability for planners to approve wish lists without assuring the functionality of our valley first and foremost. So three, some concrete suggestions. Ask them to come back with a clear net gain policy. Appendix C currently is missing required environmental guidance and technological documents, including a stage one, what we heard report, next steps, commitments, create an environmental impact assessment and process to assure it adequately considers cumulative impacts, define decision-making criteria and guidance for evaluating development proposals, and we need more guidance on how administration will apply the mitigation hierarchy. So do we want net gain? What exactly are the relevant mitigation principles that should be approved by council? And so bottom line, unless these have been prepared and shared with the public and budget information for implementation of the new bylaw is presented to council, any changes to the current bylaw should not be approved by council. Thank you very much. So in general, I agree with other speakers that the ribbon of green in particular is good, but needs a bit more work, and that the bylaw needs to be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is guest Gormley. Eric Gormley.
Oh, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, city councilors and administration. My name is Eric Gormley, and I'm on the board of ERVCC. I will talk about mountain biking in the valley in general, and then about this bike skills park being proposed for Queen Elizabeth Park and mentioned in the Ribbon of Green draft on page 207. An increase in mountain bike activity has put additional stress on the river valley. I got in touch with Banff National Park, wondering what their approach to mountain biking is. And yesterday I heard back from Laura Bowie, and she was saying Banff National Park manages mountain biking as a restricted activity in that it is only permitted on specific trails by order of the superintendent. This order allows us to sign, educate, and enforce what trails can or cannot be used. As our trails most often restrict cycling, she says, proliferation of trails is not a major concern we face. And I think what she's saying is that mountain biking activity tends to lead to even more trails. She does say our concerns for this activity, mountain biking, include trail braiding, proliferation, expansion, ecological impacts, as you mentioned, but not to the level you are facing in Edmonton. Now, in her correspondence, she says she has biked Edmonton's river valley. The river valley, she says, has much softer soils than we tend to deal with, and in places, much steeper banks with larger erosion issues. She goes on, not having signage has led to incorrect trail use, so we continue to work towards improved trail network signage in general. She talks about wildlife who are at increased risk due to the speed of the sport. And of course, she says many of our trails are simply too busy or narrow to safely share space with cyclists. Finally, she says, I've seen the greatest successes from places with a strong volunteer influence. These volunteer alliances keep cyclists on official trails through quality trail maintenance, creating a cohesive network, maintaining signage, and creating a sense of care for an area. So, in conclusion for that topic, like Banff, Edmonton needs a trail strategy now for its river valley. My second topic has to do with the proposed Queenie Bike Skills Park and development of single-track trails in Queenie Park. This was part of Queenie Park Master Plan from 2013. And apparently, actually, can you go back one slide, please? Yeah, thanks. This is actually a picture of where the Bike Skills Park would be going. Apparently, Edmonton Mountain Biking Alliance is working with the city to realize this plan, which would take up approximately 15 to 20 acres of River Valley land. Where the Bike Skills Park would go is now a 2-acre meadow in the floodplain directly across from the old Rossdale power plant. And this is the photo that shows that. The Bike Skills Park would be a new facility. If approved, heavy equipment would shape the landscape and infrastructure would be installed to create challenges for bikers and include lighting so the activity can carry on after dark. ERVCC believes building such a facility in Queenie Park would be a mistake. A River Valley location for a Bike Skills Park is not essential. Practically speaking, it makes little sense to be developing land that is currently adding to the natural systems of the River Valley. Next slide, please. The single-track trail system also being planned for Queenie Park is in an area that has steep slopes. This area is currently natural forest cover, and here's a picture of it. Ribbon of green on page 46 says, in relation to trails, avoid slopes that are highly susceptible to erosion. And on page 49, relocate existing trails and trailheads away from sensitive areas, for example, mature forest, riparian areas. And next slide, please. This is a shot of the proposed bike park. The pink is where the bike skills, and the red is where the single track trails would go. And then final slide, if I can get that one in. I see my time's going up. And this is another showing the ecological sensitivity of the same area. And the dark green is the extremely high value. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Guest Gormley. Guest Kowalczyk.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition respectfully encourages the city to send the draft Ribbon and Green Strategic Plan and draft River Valley Redevelopment Plan, Area Redevelopment Plan back to administration for a number of key changes to be made to the documents in the process. These changes are needed in order to ensure better protection of the River Valley at a time when such protection is urgent. The River Valley is a critical wildlife corridor connecting the Rocky Mountains with the prairies all the way to Hudson's Bay. We have a responsibility to the entire watershed to protect our part of that corridor, yet currently our city is the main obstacle along its course. This needs to be reversed. The river is also our city's source of water in a rapidly warming and drying world, as well as a major air conditioning system. And the River Valley offers Edmontonians a connection with nature in the heart of the city. Yet River Valley land is lost each year, and what remains is fragmented and degraded by inappropriate development and use. If we are to meet our responsibilities and continue to benefit from all that the River Valley provides for us, we urgently need the new Ribbon of Green and ARP to increase protection and restoration of the River Valley. The current drafts do not do so. We thus strongly urge that you ensure the following changes. First, in terms of process, we're asking for a Phase 5 public engagement and Indigenous consultation stage to be added. The drafts in front of you reflect none of the feedback received from the public in Phase 4 public engagement, and the public should have the right to speak to council on the many concerns we've raised so far. In terms of the Ribbon of Green, this draft should be updated to not allow biking in preservation areas until a trail strategy has been completed. While we support much in this draft, including the overarching vision, principles, and policies, as well as the reference to important new priorities such as nature-based solutions and dark night skies, we are concerned that reality will not align with the strategic plan. In the absence of a trail strategy, the wise thing is to follow the precautionary principle and avoid possible harm. And currently harm is indeed occurring as a proliferation of user-generated trails is causing habitat fragmentation, disruption to bird nesting and animal denning sites, and erosion, as well as enabling encroachment of plants the city considers to be invasive non-natives. We therefore ask that you remove biking from the list of uses for any preservation land until this strategy is complete. This will allow evidence-based decision-making. And then in terms of the River Valley ARP, we're concerned that the intent has been significantly weakened in comparison to Bylaw 7188 at a time when we need more protection for the River Valley. Bylaw 7188 states that it is the policy of this plan to recognize the plan area as containing natural resource areas that will be preserved and enhanced for recreational, scenic, and ecological purposes. This new draft states in its first policy that the primary land use throughout the plan shall be open space, when the new zoning bylaw 20001 defines open space as including civic squares, pedestrian-oriented streets, municipal cemeteries, schoolyards, and institutional campuses. The intention should instead reflect that the River Valley is irreplaceable and must be protected for all generations to come, and that one goal is a net gain of natural areas in the River Valley. Likewise, we are concerned that the deemed essential language from Bylaw 7188, upon which approval of projects hinges, instead of being clarified, has been removed. There are references to public interest in this new draft, but how the public interest will be determined is not clarified either, so we're simply replacing one vague term with another. There's no clear, transparent decision-making process. Such clarity was requested in stage 1 of engagement, according to the What We Heard report. We're also concerned that requirements for when a development proposal must involve a public hearing are significantly weakened, requiring only the largest projects to be subject to public debate. We also feel the timing of the engagement in relation to the environmental and strategic assessments is backward. We would like both of these assessments to be done early in the project and for public engagement to happen at that point, and for only minor amendments to be presented and engaged upon again at a later point. Otherwise, we will end up with precisely the problem that happened with Horilac Park, in which the cutting of 200 trees was not included in the project as initially presented to City Council and the public. Lastly, the ARP needs to use less should language and far more shall. Laws do not use should language, they use shall language because they need to be clear and strong, not vague, in order to be effective. This makes sense for bylaws too. These are some of our concerns with the draft ARP. We sent a longer list of concerns to administration in July. We urge you to ask questions of administration today regarding these points, as well as generally how the drafts offer increased protection of the River Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, guest Yurkovic. In person. Clerk, where would... You have 5 minutes. Actually, sorry, just a moment. Clerk is the, yep. You have 5 minutes, pardon me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joe Yurkovich. I'm the president of the Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, which is the only volunteer organization doing that high-quality maintenance of the natural surface trails in the River Valley that was mentioned as is happening in Banff. And I guess I'm here also to speak for the tens of thousands of cyclists who use our River Valley natural surface trails on a consistent basis. I'd like to say first off that we're very pleased with the progress that has been made in the iterations of the draft of the Ribbon of Green, particularly the change to the preservation classification to include the subcategory of preservation trail-based recreation. Cycling is not going away. And it's something that the city has turned a blind eye to for too long, and you're not going to police yourself out of it. The way to deal with it is to manage the activity, and certainly signage would be one way to manage the activity. But you'll never get rid of it. You can't prohibit it. There's too many access areas to the trails, so. The idea that we would prohibit this until the trail strategy has been completed is something that would just not work. We've engaged in some some review of the trails on a case-by-case basis, and our experience with that has been pretty dismal. And I'll talk about that in my further comments. I can also say that we do agree with the vision statement in the Ribbon of Green, which talks about recognizing that the river valleys are protected, connected, ecologically resilient landscape that provides diverse opportunities, including for recreation. To be clear, mountain bikers highly value the ecology in the river valley in its natural state, and we do want to preserve it for future generations. And that's why the main focus of EMBA is to do maintenance on the trails. We do that so that we avoid things like, the damage due to water or overuse of the trails. So that's our key function. And we tell people not to use the trails during wet periods because we do recognize the type of soils we have here in Edmonton. There are a few things that I'd like to just comment on, though, in terms of how we're dealing with the river valley, and particularly because we're planning to be a city of 2 million people. Firstly, there needs to be greater integration of the city's approach to the river valley, which would eliminate duplications of efforts and provide consistency in the city's attitudes towards users, projects, and events. I'll give you some examples. There were 5 different city groups that commented on the Queen Elizabeth Bike Park, which is not the topic for today, but I can get into that with you because it's an approved project in a reclaimed area. Those were duplicative, and a lot of them were boilerplate and bear no relevance to the project. Events seem to get greater access to the river valley than our organization for maintenance. The first time we were able to do maintenance in the White Mud Ravine was after the 5 Peaks people did a trail race there. So then they let us go in and do the maintenance to fix it. This year, the Due North organization that's going to do the World Championship Off-Road Triathlon in 2 years used some trails in the river valley. They went over a bridge that was degraded. We weren't allowed to fix it, but they went and fixed it. There's a small decking over a frog area that we aren't allowed to go into and fix during bird nesting season from April to August. But hundreds of people use that on a weekly basis. It would take us 5 hours to go and fix that. So just to wrap up, I guess, we do support the plan. We support where it's going. Policing isn't going to work. I think there should be a focus as well on winter grooming. We're going to work with the city to do some winter grooming of trails so that people, including cyclists, hikers, and walkers, can have access to those trails. And we're happy to work with the city. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Guest Yurkovic. Now I'll just look to the clerk to confirm that was the extent of the speakers. There were no additional speakers.
Correct, no additional speakers.
Excellent, thank you. Then I'll turn to members of council if you have questions for speakers from the public. If any committee members want to... I'm waiting on the board. Can you throw a hand up if you have one? Councilor Wright.
Whoops, thank you. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Yurkovic, you said that we can't prohibit the biking in the river valley. Can we confine it to something like the Queen Elizabeth Park?
Well, Queen Elizabeth Park is going to be a bike skills area, and the trails that are used are for people for a totally different use.
Okay.
That bike skills area is for jumps and things like that.
Okay.
So.
And does it, who's it, EMBA? Do they have standards as far as for maintenance of the trails?
Yeah, what we do is we will maintain the trails. There's a Whistler standard that we use. The provincial government also has standards that we follow. So definitely we follow all of those. There's an International Mountain Bike Alliance again, that we use their guidebooks in order to do the maintenance. And again, the whole idea is to make sure that you make sure that water sheds off the trail and that it's sustainable and can better handle the activity from foot-based traffic and cycling.
I did take a tour from one of your EMBA members of some of the ravines in my area, and I also took a tour from somebody from Christine as well to show some of the damage that's been caused by the mountain bike. So I've seen it from both sides, I guess. So, and I'm just wondering. Oh no, I'll ask that of administration. Sorry. So the consultation, Linda, I'm glad you said that the consultation seems to have been heard and incorporated into some of the documents here. Not quite. We still need to see more. Is that right? More of that feedback?
Yes, I give great accolades to the people in the administration who did the modernization of the River Valley consultation over the last couple of years. But as Mr. Thomas has said, in the last round, we gave a number of recommendations where we think that the bylaw could be tightened up, and what is presented to council now does not reflect that advice. In some cases, we believe that the new bylaw, it has some better language, but there's other places where they have severely weakened provisions that were in the existing one. If the objective is to strengthen the bylaw to meet those objectives set in City Policy 20,000, and the bylaw, well then we need to have a little bit tighter language. Okay. And I think we also need to have clear direction on impact assessment, which could be elaborated in guidelines attached to the law, which is done at the federal and provincial level, and is a perfectly sensible approach.
Okay, all right. And I think we heard some examples from Christine as to how some of that language should be changed. I don't know if I really had... Yeah, I don't think I have anything else for any other speakers. I do have some for administration though, so thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Maybe I'll start with Linda. Preservation, conservation, absolutely important, right? What I want to get at is the kind of a low impact not commercial activity. I don't want to call it commercial because, like, for example, having a coffee shop or a little place to hang out, grab beer on a hot summer day. Like, you're not. Just want to get your thoughts on that. Are you? Where's your organization's position on having a very low impact, low scale amenities that make the River Valley more accessible for people? Washrooms, for example, we are absolutely lacking. So want to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. The concern is, one person may think that a commercial development isn't a big deal, but for people who walk through that area regularly or know that area well, it's also then, or is there going to be parking? Is there going to be roadways going into it? There never is a simple thing of, well, let's put a wine bar or let's put a coffee shop in. I have to say, too, having spent 20 years daily going in and out of Mill Creek, the garbage is unbelievable. And if you're going to have an activity like that, it's going to be even worse, and it's up to citizens to deal with it. I have to say, though, your garbage collectors are getting really great, and we've got communication with them. But what we're saying is, if there's going to be developments in the valley, then there should be notice and opportunity to comment.
Yes, so coming to council for anything that
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like washrooms, I think they'd be great in places like Mill Creek,
yeah.
But it would make sense to consult with the community leagues on either side. They could give sage advice on where's the best place to put them.
Yeah.
So all we're saying is, the commitment is that there's going to be constructive engagement, but the bylaw does not allow for that.
Got
so
it.
We're suggesting there needs to be a provision that says there will be a provision for constructive engagement subject to the level of activity or something, but
So
there needs to be something. Just
so
coming before council. Nobody wants to come before council and say, I think the outhouse should have been in another location than the River Valley. That would be absurd. But I think that the community are active, they know the
Yeah.
river valley, they know the ravines, and they can actually be very helpful to the
So
administration.
engagement for any changes that could be made, right, is essential
Yeah.
for.
And-
And I didn't actually, the point, I take your point on, even a small coffee shop need access for deliveries, right? So I didn't think in that sense, right? I think that will be a concern, having a roadways built into the river valley access point. So I get your point. I think you were here, this council is working on expanding the river valley, and one of the decisions we made was to purchase the northeast park, which is bigger than Harlock Park. So those kind of efforts you are definitely supportive of, right? Expanding the river valley.
Yes, I have to say that all of our members are delighted with that expansion in the northeast. Where we're concerned is particularly in the west. There are a lot of highly sensitive areas that even the city has identified.
Mm-hmm.
And all we're saying is, our understanding is there are some dollars already set aside, for example, through industrial subdivision development and so forth. If there are dollars, then it would be good if council could give direction to the administration. Can you go out and intently try to purchase those? And to remind the people, if private owners own some of the land
Yes.
within the river valley, they don't have the right to develop. The River Valley bylaw will say this is a protected area, so the cost of that land is not going to be the highest
You're
value.
referencing to the
Yeah.
gravel,
But both your
the
city
gravel pit?
policy
Yeah.
and the existing River Valley policy both commit the city a mandatory duty to take action to acquire more lands to expand. And as we've mentioned many times, probably at both ends in Devon and Fort Saskatchewan, you're going to have other jurisdictions that would help to contribute to purchase of lands to continue the trails.
Yeah. I know I had a meeting with the owners of that gravel pit that they wanted to develop. I met with them recently. You're right. That's those kind of areas that needs to be brought into the overall river valley. Got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Look to my colleagues, seeing no further questions of our speakers. Thank you so much, and we'll go to questions of administration. Please raise a hand or click on if you have questions of administration. Councilor Wright.
Thank you. Okay. So Dennis alerted to something. Are the district plans illegal, Ms. Ingham?
So, Councillor, I would actually suggest that we don't have a discussion about district plans because they are still waiting.
Pending, yes, I know.
Yeah, thank you.
And the terminology that was suggested as far as being should and shall, what is more legally proper?
I don't know that it's a question of what's proper. I think it's what you want in a particular situation. So shall is mandatory.
Okay.
Always. There's no getting around it.
You shall, okay. Yeah.
Whereas should allows some degree of flexibility. So it certainly gives an intention, but it doesn't give an absolute. Okay. And that would be the difference between should and shall. Where it's desirable to have those words would be, this would be the best recommendation that administration is providing council under the ARP.
Okay. And Ms. Petram and team, I guess. Is the intention just sort of to be more of a suggestion rather than shall?
So, Councillor, our River Valley has a very diverse landscape. And the Ribbon of Green, that strategy component, talks about different areas have different opportunities. Some have an opportunity to be preserved, generally intact. And at the other end of the spectrum, there's some working areas and where we have some of our active areas where recreation can happen. And so the way the bylaw is written in draft is to recognize that not every space in the River Valley is uniform and that there is some understanding of context needed.
Okay, so should we be defining where those areas shall have restrictions and some areas where to be a little more liberal and only should have restrictions, or?
Yes, and that is shown in the draft bylaw. There is both shall and should statements in there. I think what we heard from speakers is a desire to see more shalls in more locations than shoulds.
Okay. But again, this is just the draft bylaw, so we can make recommendations or move motions to change some of that wording, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is an opportunity for committee to provide some direction. It would be helpful if there was direction that it was specific so we knew which elements we should be adjusting.
Okay. And then I do have some other questions on attachment 3, which is the action plan. At any point in those steps, will it be coming back to council? I know we're going to do the statutory public hearing in Q4, but is there anything to make sure that we are incorporating the consultation and the community's feedback in before some of these things are actually implemented?
Yes, so the two pieces, primary pieces here today are the strategy and the area redevelopment plan. And so we've been listening through this engagement, through today's meeting for input and feedback, and we'll definitely look to incorporate those elements. The action plan that you reference are future steps that would have their own individual consultation pieces and engagement where appropriate. Those will be future budget asks during the next budget cycle to help support some of that work, where there'll be public dialogue at that time as well.
So none of these actions will start until like Q1 2026?
So there is no service packages put forward at this time for that work. The intent is that it would be during the next budget cycle deliberations that work would come forward.
So not even till 27 and after?
I'll look to the team if there's any elements that would proceed.
Councillor Ritter, I think if we look at the action plan in a whole, there are some elements of it that can be advanced under current resourcing. So for example, zoning bylaw does have the outcomes of this work contemplated in its work plan as the ability to make changes to the bylaw if needed, to the zoning bylaw if needed. So some of it's accounted for in our work plans. Other bodies of work, like the trail strategy as an example, would need budget to advance.
Okay, so nothing further would move forward then until that budget ask came forward?
That's correct, unless there was other opportunities through other projects. Example, a National Urban Park discussion.
Okay, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mayor Sohi.
So we are not proposing to ban cycling in the River Valley, right?
That is correct.
Okay, because it's used by tons of cyclists, right? So we want to make sure that they continue to use that, right? So what is the concerns being raised by Mr. Yorkovich? Like, he raised some concerns about cycling and that you can't. So where's the misinformation or disconnect? Sorry.
I think, and perhaps the team could help me, but I'll start. We heard from speakers that on both sides of the mountain biking debate or considerations.
And though that's kind of off the trail, right? This is not on the paved, maintained trails. Right. These are the kind of trails that are created by the mountain biking community. That's what the issue is?
So potentially. So all of the trails in the River Valley, we do want them to be legally created. And so we don't encourage, nor is it legal for folks to go create their own trails in the River Valley. So new trails would have a series of assessments done to ensure that they are not disturbing or compromising the natural areas. And we heard from both sides that the trail strategy of doing that assessment for the entire River Valley of where does it make sense for those mountain bike trails to go, there was support, wide support, broad support for that. So that is a future activity. I think also there's a component of maintenance components, which isn't part of what you hear today for Ribbon of Green and the area redevelopment plan, but it is a future step of how do we care for this now that we have the rules set in place? How do we then take care of it and steward the river valley?
Okay, so there could be permitted, approved trails that mountain bikers can use. Are there now?
There currently are, and I'll maybe turn to the team for some examples.
I was actually going to direct it to Rhonda Norman, who's here today, and could speak to the maintenance agreement that EMBA has with the city, as I believe that some of the speakers were concerns around maintenance. Rhonda, are you available?
Yeah, I am on. So we do have a formal agreement with EMBA on the maintenance of trails. We just updated that agreement just recently. So there is minor maintenance that is approved. Any further maintenance beyond minor then requires further reviews by administration, including the ecological planner. So we do have a process set out in order for EMBA to maintain the trails within the river valley.
And you're not proposing to close those trails, right?
That's correct. And actually, we have worked with EMBA on trail closure where they were part of that process. They recognized there was 2 trails that ended up in the same spot, and they worked with us to restore that trail and put up signage. So it's not just about maintaining those trails, it's also about closing some of those trails as well that are deemed not required.
Member is the Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have a good, like you continue to, like you engage with them.
Yeah, we work with them on a regular basis and have monthly, bi-monthly meetings with them.
Got it. So, just shifting a bit on the kind of, I know this is a broader plan, but as a user of the river valley, one thing I find pretty, lacking is, just washrooms in the river valley. We don't have enough of them, right? So how does that fit into this plan?
The Ribbon of Green does recognize and encourage the need for washrooms sensitively, in a sensitively planned way to mitigate ecological impact. And I believe that the IIS department is currently developing a washroom strategy, or has developed a washroom strategy. Is Suzanne Young on the line? Could speak to that.
Afternoon, Council. Nishka, that's correct. Actually, it's operations that has been advancing the washroom strategy, but as per the initial Ribbon of Green, Mayor, there has been washrooms identified at strategic locations as Nishka identified. However, it has not been advanced for capital funding.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Thanks again for the work to date. Just a few questions to follow up on from Councillor Wright. So again, just walking myself through this here. We've got obviously a draft strategic plan. We've got the draft ARP. ARP and the strategic plan would be coming together as part of the December public hearing?
That is the intention, correct.
Yeah. I've heard the ask about, instead of coming to a public hearing, to do another sort of meeting. I'm not sure I think that would be a great use of everyone's time, because it doesn't sound like we're far off from what I've heard in the feedback. So I guess making sure I understand is that you're still making tweaks based off these drafts that are on the website are not what you're bringing in December. You are taking where you're at today, continuing to make some further changes, potentially based off feedback we've even heard today and through phase 4, and there will be further changes made.
That is absolutely correct, but would like to signal that because there are different perspectives on what changes should happen, not everyone may see those changes they've asked for reflected.
Will you be able to, as part of the public hearing report identify where, you know, there was misalignment between different perspectives and say, I'm thinking back to, gosh, it goes back to the M&O one where you sort of said, okay, well, here's what we heard. Here's why we didn't incorporate that feedback in this final plan. You know, these groups said they wanted it. These groups said they didn't. We made a decision to go here, and here's why we did that. That's sort of what we would be able to expect.
Yes, that's a great suggestion, and we can do that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think then, because I do imagine there will be a few scenarios where there is going to be disagreement from different groups, and we're probably not going to make everyone happy. But if we have that detail, then that at least helps us inform at the public hearing process. And there's no other set public meetings, though, correct? Or there's public meetings still on this?
No further public meetings, though we do intend to share work products between now and public hearing for information with interested stakeholders.
Same sort of timeline we would expect. These are obviously large documents, so and we're probably not expecting a massive overhaul from your current drafts to the final drafts. So these will be sort of part of the normal public hearing process, sort of the 3-week-ish time frame for advertisements, with, again, the idea of some type of report capturing. Here's what we made it as a change from the current draft to the final draft. There will be some way to sort of capture that so that everyone who's participating will know where we're at on that process.
Yes, I think that we can absolutely do that. And we've also taken the approach through the project up until this point that even though there's not a formal engagement, we're always listening. So we will collect input even from now till public hearing. And if it's appropriate, we'll make sure that committee and council understands that input we've received.
Okay. That's probably all my questions for now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I can take my 5 minutes now. I think there were excellent presentations today, some great points raised. I hear administration has noted that in the process here. One part that was missing for me, we've got 4 giant golf courses. How is that being considered into this when we think of either uses, or let's say we want to take Victoria Park and take it from 18 holes to 9 holes. What are the options, or what would the process be for the rest of that land? Would that be, is it going to be automatically, say, under a naturalization, or is there something else there? What if we don't want to do golf there? We want to do cricket or soccer or something else. Like how is it adaptation considered in the bylaw?
I'll maybe start, and then perhaps the team or Rhonda Norman can layer in. The strategy provides guidance, policy guidance for the River Valley, and the golf courses, I believe, are entirely shown in the active working landscape component, and those designations or uses were not considered through this project. Your question of, well, what if we wanted to, or what would the next step in the future at whatever point that was contemplated? This suggests that the strategy would need to be the ribbon of green opened up and looked at. Depending on context, there may be some elements that would be changed to a preservation or restoration component, or perhaps they're converted to another active type of recreation space. But this current project did not examine the golf courses, changing them in this strategy.
So, but I guess what I'm trying to want, is there a default? This is River Valley, right now it's zoned active, but if you remove active, it goes back to River Valley. Dude, I don't have the language, but do you sort of see what I'm saying? Like for example, if we take the bike park, if we never did the bike park, it would go back to Meadow, but it could never be residential. So I guess I'm trying to play this out where how, I'm not saying today, but at some point I think we are going to be sunsetting golf courses, and what happens then, and how is that contemplated in the...
So it would involve looking at the ribbon of green, and probably most definitely a strong public engagement and component. And looking very specifically, I think it would be difficult to say each golf course would be this, would convert to this. it would have to be based on local context. And from just a quick initial assessment or thought, most of these are river's edge, so a significant component might be towards restoration and preservation to ensure that riparian area is protected. Perhaps some of the area in the golf course could be not perhaps intensively maintained, but still could function as a recreation, more active recreation component, and to be more of the conservation component outlined in the policy. So in short, looking at the policy, opening it up and determining each site by site what makes sense, and it probably means each site has multiple different components to it, would be how it would be converted.
Councillor Jans, I would just add that that's a subsequent body of work, so direction from council to explore what those next steps could look like would be how we would establish direction on that.
So the Kinsman Fieldhouse, for instance, that's an active space. If they want to make, we're going to be doing renewal to that space. That is still like for like within the zone for zone. If we were to say be expanding or changing the parking lot or the rugby pitch or something else, that would be also like I guess because I think we need an engagement mechanism. I hear the speakers on that, and I'm just trying to figure out how far, how often, for who is it, and yeah. And this might be a follow up, but that just a reflection from today.
I'll look to the team to complement this, but in the Ribbon of Green Plan Guide, kind of gives the hierarchy of moving from a strategic plan down to the site-specific plans. So as in your example on Kinsman, that work around the site-specific plans would be where we would look at what are the function of that space.
Okay, I'm out of time. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So my first question is about the River Valley ARP. We know River Valley are not only including the river area, also including river system across our city, and specifically, and for South area, the Blackmud Creek and Whitemud Creek river system. And so there's some developments in those river system already approved and based on past or based on existing ARP. If like neighborhoods or communities, residents have concern for those type of approved redevelopment in the river system, and we are still keep them approved in the existing ARP. But if we make change after Q4 2024, does those change apply to this approved one, or how that link together could make some adjustment?
So Councillor Rice, please redirect me if I don't respond to your question, but I think there's two elements to responding to that question. The first one is in that area in the south, there's portions of our communities, our new neighborhoods that are developing. And so this strategy and the area redevelopment plan will give guidance to those creating plans in that area and creating plans in the future growth area at some point as well. Those areas that have new neighborhoods already around them and they're starting to build out and they have plans, this area redevelopment plan and the policy don't change those existing uses that are currently in place. But I'll look to the team to maybe add additional detail if it's appropriate.
I can just maybe supplement that a little bit from the legal perspective. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Councillor Rice, those existing development permits that are in place are existing rights, and so bringing in a new statutory plan, if it was to pass in Q4, wouldn't impact those enshrined rights. Those would be able to continue to exist.
Okay. Okay, so which means, and even though the community disagree with certain development and in the river system, and based on the existing ARP, but this new policy passed in Q4 will not impact that decision.
Correct. So once a development permit is issued, that gives the development permit holder those particular rights, and an ARP that's passed sort of subsequent to that development permit being issued is not going to affect that development permit. Those rights are solidified.
So I understand the points from permit perspective. I'm talking about not development permit. I'm talking about just the rezoning application and from that ARP perspective.
So a new rezoning bylaw would take direction, of course, from the ARP if it was in the ARP area, as well as our other statutory documents in place that are relevant in that area.
Councillor Rice, I'll just add for rezoning applications that are happening within an approved neighborhood structure plan, that's where we would take direction in terms of alignment. And so I don't know if you're referring to some of the residential development that we have adjacent to the River Valley. We would use a neighborhood structure plan to inform those decisions.
So I may follow up for more details on that specific piece, but I do have one more question regarding the mountain bike trail. So it's my understanding actually this volunteer group, they're doing great job to maintain the trail. I record back to 2022, council approved the maintenance funding for them. But my question to administration is, do we, when we work with them, approve the funding for them to maintain those area, those trail, did the city doing the maintenance work for other type of trail? And because the mountain bike trail used by walking, by hiker, by all is not only used by bike. So I just want to get clear sense where do you draw that line? Which trail you are going to maintain? Which trail you're not maintain? Just allow the organization to do their work.
So we do work with AMBA on prioritizing which trails they want to maintain. And typically those ones are the ones that have the most issues, that are used most frequently by users. So that volunteer organization determines the trails I'd like to put forward for maintenance. With regards to your question around payment, that would require, we currently do not pay EMBA for the maintenance of trails. So if we were to look to that process, that would require additional budget and further consideration and discussion.
I'm sorry, my time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate the work and all the conversation we've had today. I just wanted to follow up. So really impressed by the work that's in front of us. Just wanted to ensure that I am understanding all these pieces. And I think something that maybe I would find helpful as it's coming forward, is it possible that we could have, there's, in the various documents, there's reference to plan hierarchies, different relationships. It's possible we could have like a decision flow chart and maybe have a few examples of, this type of proposal would go through these steps. This type of thing would go through these steps and these policies would apply. Would that be possible?
That would be possible, and that's a great suggestion.
Great, because there's so much that's being pulled together here in a really positive way, and I think this can help kind of map out how that plays out. I did want to follow up. So going through the ARP, I didn't notice. I noticed a predominance of shall language. It seemed to me where should stood out was the ARP says that planning should be done in relation to the ribbon of green. Just wondering, why the use of that language in that instance, why it's not a clearer relationship between the ARP and ribbon of green.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the Ribbon of Green strategic plan, the work that's gone into it, it's been very extensive, but it is desktop level, and it is a very system-wide sort of bird's eye view on the system. We do intend to have additional site-specific planning work completed for individual areas of the River Valley that would allow us to really evaluate and assess on-the-ground conditions, complete additional engagement, really specific to that local area, and take the context of the day into consideration when making those final decisions about what those spaces will look like. So while we do generally intend to implement the ribbon of green, we do want to leave some space for evolving conditions and evolving context. This is a very long-term plan. It's meant to be implemented over many decades, and we anticipate that things may change and may evolve, and we see value in being able to kind of evaluate that on an ongoing basis.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense to me, and it doesn't diminish the strength of the overall policy framework. Is that fair?
Correct. So I do want to clarify, the ARP does already prohibit or discourage a very large breadth of development types from occurring in the River Valley. So for perspective, the majority of the system is dedicated to River Valley open space, and then the policy directs that we will plan, develop, manage that space in accordance with what we see in the ribbon of green. So, things like industrial development, residential development, basic community service uses that might be appropriate in other parts of the city but aren't appropriate in the River Valley are already discouraged. And so we do think we have fairly strong language that identifies recreational uses, cultural uses, and some limited transportation and utility infrastructure as being occasionally appropriate, but for the most part, the ribbon of green will lay out how we plan and manage the space.
Okay. And just in terms of that specific wording around, that I heard from our speakers around the deemed essential being removed, can you talk through the implications of that?
Sure. We actually feel that the deemed essential has been, we've converted that language into something that's more specific, and that's laid out in one of the policy statements. So the previous direction was, from the 1985 ARP, was that deemed essential, that council had to deem a particular development essential, but a definition for essential wasn't provided. And we have now gone into a bit more detail. So in policy 5.2.4, we direct that when City Council is considering a proposed development, City Council will evaluate whether it meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the River Valley ARP, whether it requires a River Valley and ravine system location, and it is in the public interest. So we believe that we've actually gone further than the previous language.
Thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Nat.
Just on the board to remove receipt of information.
Okay, Mayor Sohi, you got questions?
Yeah, a few questions. One is, I know you did engage with Indigenous communities, and you will report back to them as part of the plan implement when you come back, right? And what further engagement will they be recognizing the importance of the River Valley to Indigenous peoples?
I think I'll ask Angela Hobson from our project team online to comment on the Indigenous engagement component.
Angela may be having some technical issues unmuting. Is that right, Angela? If you can.
Well, Angela is connecting virtually. Maybe I'll go to my second question, which is we want more and more Edmontonians to explore River Valley and the river, as well as the tourists to do so, because this is part of huge, I would say, marketing point for the city. Would this modernization plan create opportunities for further exploration, marketing to Edmontonians, to tourists about exploring River Valley, exploring the river, and how does that tie into some of the economic growth opportunities? Not just economic growth opportunities for the wider city.
So Mr. Mayor, the River Valley is our gem, and it really is a spectacular piece of who we are as a city. And we're known for it. And folks choose our community either by River Valley or other opportunities. And so by protecting what it is and making sure that it is in its state or improved, ensures that what appeals to all of us, that natural space, that environmental space, the respite, escape from the urban environment, to connect with nature, or to celebrate or to gather, is retained. And so this rule set really creates the opportunity for us as a community to retain and enhance that amazing asset, so that it can benefit from economic development or benefit economic development.
Good, okay. And on the consultation question, or I can follow up if Angela is not there, I can follow up online.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we did engage in various project phases, and we've heard lots of great feedback from nations and communities. So in this upcoming phase, we're planning a report back to nations and communities to reflect how feedback was incorporated or has been incorporated in the plans. And we also intend to continue dialogue well into the future and to build those partnerships. As was mentioned in the presentation, there's a lot of interest in additional opportunities through co-governance, co-management, co-stewardship, and those conversations really do need to continue past this project, and we need to take our time and be very mindful with how that evolves, and we want to explore that in a really meaningful way. So we see that as continuing past this work as well.
I know you engaged with close to 11 First Nations in this, but not seeing them here or not directly hearing their perspective. So that's why I'm asking this, right? You know, other stakeholders are here, other people that you engaged with are here, but the First Nations communities are not here, right? So will there be opportunities? Maybe it just need to be, they need, when this comes to council for hearing, maybe there gotta be some encouragement to have them participate directly with council as well. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Knack, you wanted to put the motion on the floor? Oh.
Technically, I already did.
Okay, oh, sorry. All right then. Anyone to speak to it?
Well, I just had a few more questions.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay, sorry.
Great, thank you so much. Last few ones, I really love this idea of council providing input at a strategic assessment level. That's a really exciting next step. I understand if there's significant changes in scope, it would come back. Will it still come back to council for another decision point? Because I think often the strategic level, I think that's a great first starting point, but then there's also, the devil in the details. So are there two opportunities for council to weigh in?
Yeah, absolutely. The devil is in the details. So the way that we've structured the process in this current draft is that the strategic assessment does provide the primary point for council approval, and that's to provide projects with a bit more clarity and certainty before extensive time and resources are spent developing detailed plans, detailed studies, technical designs, and so forth. And so our approach would be that if anything were to change between the strategic assessment and what the final plan was or what the final environmental impact assessment showed, we would then return to council with those updates and flag them for council. But if everything kind of goes according to plan as per what's approved at the strategic assessment stage, we might not necessarily return.
Okay, and I guess it's maybe that question of what would we know at the strategic, so am I correct in understanding if the assumption at the strategic planning stage is that there won't be a significant impact or the impacts can be mitigated, but then further assessment determines that there will be higher impacts, let's say, then that would trigger coming back. Okay,
That's correct.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. Also really love the attention to tracking cumulative impact, and I apologize if I missed this in here, but are we going to be like in terms of some of the measures and monitoring, are we going to be tracking the 3 land use management types and their proportion of the river valley? This back to this idea of sort of net, I'm hearing net increase. You know, is that something we're going to track?
Yes, that would be part of our monitoring. We would be looking to do desktop-based assessment through that, so monitoring land use cover change over time. That might include the 3 categories, but then even going to a finer level of detail, even down to, you know, what kinds of forests are we seeing contract or expand, or how are our riparian areas changing. We'd be able to do a fair bit of work there, as well as some potential field-based studies and more on-the-ground assessments to validate and verify what we're seeing through those high-level desktop-based assessments.
Okay, great. Then, you know, picking up on a theme that Mayor Sohi raised, I noticed in the community engagement section, it speaks about, you know, consulting with Indigenous communities, but there's is not explicit reference to nations or rights holders, from what I could see in the plan directly. Just want to confirm that is the intent, and just wonder if there could be some clarity in that language.
Yes, we can certainly review that. That our intent is to be inclusive of all nations and communities that have traditional connections to the land.
Great, and I think you know, communities captures a lot, but I think some of that specificity could be really important moving forward. And then just finally, you know, appreciate the intent for more public engagement. You know, heard some interesting ideas from the speakers. I was thinking what it made me think of was, you know, our Edmonton Design Committee approach, where you sort of have a panel, they review. Is that something that may be explored moving forward in terms of having a mechanism like that potentially?
So that concept is not part of the work that's advancing or in draft form right now, but that is there always is the opportunity to explore systems like that or approaches like that. Other communities do that for certain reasons, and so there's pros and cons. And assuming at some point this work does receive positive approval from council, that will be something we'll be looking at. Does this new system effectively attain or achieve what we're looking to? And perhaps are there additional elements that need to be added to support the work? And that could be one of them.
Yeah, and I think some of that monitoring could be around the level of engagement. And if we see that we don't have as much as we need, then maybe there are those other tools. But certainly a new framework that I think will help actually elevate a lot of voices and bring more voices into the conversation. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. I do just have one question in regards to a comment that you just made as far as engaging with Indigenous, with traditional connections to the land. Does that include some that might be, does that include Papa's Chase in the southeast?
Yes.
And so you've had those connections or
Yes,
that engagement done?
We do reach out, yes.
Okay, and you've had, because I think the last time I asked about it too, that you reached out, but you didn't get any feedback from them.
I do believe we have heard from Papa's Chase. There are 2.
From Chief Bruno, or?
No, not from Chief Bruno. I think we had different, I'd have to go back through the notes. We had different participation in different phases, depending on which phase we were in. But we have heard from Papa's Chase, and yes, there are multiple representatives.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering which one. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Any other? No questions? Anybody to speak? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll take a few moments to express my gratitude to the team. This work is very, very impressive. I really enjoyed going through it and think there's just a lot of logic, great principles, and a great job of sort of taking those principles and putting them into action. So really excited for this new framework that I think will strengthen and enhance our River Valley system. You know, I think the most exciting part of this work will be the implementation phase. Appreciate there are more conversations to come around resources and how we do that effectively. But I think it's, you know, charted a great path forward and look forward to the continued work. Thank you. I mean, sorry, and my mind remains open as we go into public hearing, I think, in terms of seeing the final details and the final plan, but, you know, again, I appreciate the direction that this is headed.
As do all of our minds remaining open. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anybody else to close?
Yeah, just to close, again, thanks for all the work to date. For me, again, this is an information report that's so well-received information. Just to comment on some of the pieces we heard today from some of our speakers, again, part of why I didn't feel a need to do like a motion that would ask for another check-in at committee is because of the commitments I heard today from our city administration around what those reports will look like when it comes to the public hearing process. You know, what I've heard through our speakers is that it sounds like in a lot of cases we're 80, maybe 90% of the way in a lot of cases. We might not get to 100, and I appreciate the point that you raised early is that there are likely a few items that are going to come forward in the final submission that might not be in agreement. But as long as those can be clearly articulated as to why, where there hasn't been agreement, and then why you chose to make the recommendation you did, you know, essentially you're sort of going to be picking sides at some point on a handful of things. I want to make sure that we understand that, and then council will ultimately get to decision after we go through a public hearing process of hearing the feedback of our speakers. But being able to clearly list that out, I think will be really helpful to guiding us through that process when we get to it. So that's why, I mean, for me, having a separate committee meeting, we might as well just bring it to the public hearing, clearly define what we're talking about, and then council can ultimately make a decision. So for me, that's why I'm comfortable without a separate piece, because I know that request came forward from some of the groups today. And I think that's really it. And I just going through my notes. No, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote. I'm a yes. It's
Thank
in
you,
limbo.
Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Whoops, sorry, that is carried. And let's see. So I think that concludes our meeting. Responses to councillor inquiries, there are none. Private reports, motions pending, none. Notice of motion, we are adjourned. Thank you.